Oh, this game. Should have did that
Die, lizard.
right. Oh,
Oh no, I'm stuck down here. Oh well, I'll find a different way out.
no,
It
you.
was worth it.
Oh my gosh! Hey, there's a knit up there and some pompa.
Boomba.
If you hold down, I think you should be able to get down quicker than the arrow, but I don't think.
I didn't mean to do that. You ledge fast. I
Oh,
I
no.
should use the fact that there's a button to walk slower.
Oh,
I should really use
I
that.
forget about that.
It would be so handy if I ever used it. Die.
The money though.
Money died. We've killed the root of all evil. I really wanted to just break the one I was standing on. Ooh, you didn't hear that with that.
Yeah.
That card might be a bit complex to get. We'd have to use at least 2 bombs, I think.
Go down the hole. Man, I kind of like got tunnel vision on showing. Alright, I'm ready. Sorry.
My turn, but I only get 1 try.
Borrow my rock.
That was my 1 try.
Gotta like press down while you're jumping through. Or to get the like downward angle. Oh, it's up there. That was your 3rd try, but that was it.
I was gonna try and like bounce it off the wall so it would fall and land on the bones.
Tricky business.
Hey, now we can both have a rock. But I don't immediately get stuck. Maybe. What's he got? Ooh, he's got shoes. Your finest shoes, sir. Thank you.
Me? I might want to light.
Don't tell him that. That'll give him time to prepare. Oh, there's 2 turkeys down here.
Well,
We could have. Oh, and also the exit. And bones.
bone. I got the bone. Yeah.
And then bones in them.
Oh god.
Ow.
Oh, sorry.
That was quite a throw.
Bones in them. Alright. Every character in this game got a funny neck.
You can't go indoors on a turkey. I was really confused because I thought that trap had unactivated. I was like, what?
Sorry.
If my turkey dies, I'll just eat it.
Yeah, you know.
I'm gonna blow up this because we can't get in without explosives. I'm sending a cat your way.
You doing what?
Never mind. Cat.
Coming. I found it.
Your cat. Your turkey is still alive. What's he got?
Okay, go do that. I might have had a oops.
Turkey delivery.
Whoa.
Now you can make things sticky. He's
Sorry, I'll back up. There's that cat. I wonder what happened to that thing.
spiders are immune to webs. Your turkey is still alive. You just not like your turkey? I can eat it if you don't.
I always come off of it and then forget that I come off of it. I have the worst memory.
No. Ooh. Ooh. Dang, nice.
Yeah.
Watch, okay. Yeah. Can you let him?
Oh.
That's kind of what I figured. I don't think that's any damage to him. I was gonna throw a bomb at him to kill him, but you ran in front and I didn't really feel like blowing you up.
That would have been funny if you did though.
I would have gotten.
Did you
Like-
go right or left?
I went right. Do you want to go to the jungle that sucks or the lava place?
It doesn't matter to me. I just wonder how you got your turkey up there.
My turkey died.
Oh, okay. Oh, my God.
Turkeys cannot go through doors. There's a bit of a horned lizard moment down here, so I'm trying to
I got some webs.
take care of that. I also have some because there was a crate with one in it.
Sorry, I thought you were a lizard.
Not usually. You know what? I'm just gonna let them live. We're going this way.
Are you sure? We can't go back for them. Oh God. Can't complete.
Buttons to be buttoning. There is literally nothing over that giant pit of lava that I just went over. Ooh, we have the eyeball. Okay, we're looking out for that cave that I just found.
Oh,
I am so
you
glad I
managed
had
to-
boots.
Yeah.
Where is the cave with the key? That is the cave with the key.
Oh
What am I
my
saying?
God. Oh, dear, wait. I am at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm gonna free the dude buddy. Or die trying.
This is going.
Or throw the key into lava trying. What?
Oh. Ew.
Help. 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 If we kill this vampire, I keep unlocking the vampire, yeah. We can get a cape.
Okay, sorry. Am I helping? Am I making things
Honestly,
worse?
kinda, yeah, that was kinda helpful.
Alright. I don't know if I'm helping or things are getting worse. Alright. Nice.
Yay!
Cooked him. That's the first time I killed a vamp.
Yeah, they always drop cape.
Oh.
And dude saved. So now, any stage between now and the final stage, when we do drill thing, he'll kill the vampire boss for us.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw ropes.
And then we can get a cape that lets us double jump.
Yeah, you got it. The point.
Why do they need so many sinks? I know that's not what they mean by sinking, but why do they need so many sinks?
Hey, remember how we were talking about how good the like one line was? How we didn't have
Yeah.
to like disconnect. I think that's why.
Yeah. You know, I really don't mind it at all. I was just making a bad joke. No, I do not.
I'm to go run.
Dude.
How do you put it down?
How do I what?
Put the gun down.
Down X. Same way you pick it up. It's same for everything. Where are you? Ooh, okay, where you are is being put on. Oh, get yourself out of there. That's where the drill is gonna go. You will just be dead. Let me know when you're clear.
Clear.
Don't jump on that rope yet.
I did it.
That is how you get lava'd.
Yo, about this lava real quick.
Ah!
Oh my god. What is this?
Ah! I just fall. No. Lava, lava.
Whoa.
Okay. It is your task to freeze the vampires,
Okay, I'm coming.
and they fall and die. But not the boss dude, because there's a dude who's gonna shoot the boss dude with an arrow for us.
Oh.
It's not you. I do need him though. I do not take care of the gun. I need him. Can you come right down here?
What?
Thank you. Do that. There's another trap as well. And it's already been triggered. Okay, mister. Thank you, mister. Get out of here. I want the cape. Get out of here. I want the cape. Get out of here. I want the cape.
Hey, your homie's up here. Guy with
Yeah,
gun.
no, he's okay.
Alright.
Bomba. I think this thing also makes enemies drop more blood, which is really good when you have the thing that makes it where blood gives you health. Then gently put on down. The door was over there. Why am I going over there? And now,
Sacrifice, huh?
he's like, what? No. How come they're immune to whips, but we aren't? And how come the cat is already dead? Who killed it? I'll take this, and I'll take this. And you know what? I'll take this and this as well. Just give me all of it.
What is
Sorry, sir.
Oh, he mad. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
He died.
Oh, he down. And he mad, but he down.
Please die where we can have a shotgun. Oh, there's you. Get out of there.
Boom.
Jump the rock dog?
Oh, I'm gonna try. Okay.
Yeah, it's probably far safer for you to try because I only have 1 health.
Cook him. Oh god, go.
Just please don't cook me. Okay.
Ah!
Okay. But he was not after me. I thought he was after me. Oh, you can't get my stuff either because you crushed me. Yeah, now you can just like run back and forth on the lower bit you're creating. Yeah, just like run back and forth in that little divot you just made. Or go up. The cat was up there, or hamster, or whichever.
Hamster.
But my younger sibling got really mad at me for calling it hamster, even though the game's
Crazy.
Well, hey, we made it there,
Yeah.
and we killed a vampire.
I'm not very coordinated when it comes to things like that, so like that 1 second I was like, oh, it's over. Okay, I can, man, I'll get it next one.
Well, ugh, just had, you were, yeah. Oh my god.
I just want to throw you, come here.
Well, look, you're just lagging like crazy, you're just teleporting back and forth across the screen.
Oh no.
I don't know what's happening. Hello?
Gato. That's what happens when it doesn't sing.
You're not. Literally all over the place. Just everywhere. I don't think I'm having any lag myself, so it's just you teleporting around like crazy. I missed.
It might just be server wide.
I'm gonna land on that bat. It's gonna be really cool.
Ready? Ow, you wanna walk out?
Okay. You just throw that vase across the world.
Hey, I got this rock.
Yeah.
Ah, man, that works.
You also got that rope.
Hmm.
What's in the box? Turkey cooker 5000.
Well, exclusively, that's what we doing with it. Here, have this.
I got my own rock.
I got the bookie, yeah.
This thing also makes it where you can hurt things with the whip while they're down.
Sorry, I threw it the wrong way.
I mean, you didn't hit me. You dead.
Sorry for that.
I'll go get the corpse. And then I'll cook that turkey. 1, 2, 3. Cooking is as easy as can be.
Well, we can do the cook by the book. You can make it easy.
Killing this mole. He got away.
I dare you to come on. Come
Ah! don't like punchy pillars. I know they're just called totems, but punchy pillars is more accurate. Shoot him.
The cat?
This dude.
Okay.
This dude is not a shopkeep.
Like
I don't know how you died.
Because he got hands, just like a shopkeep.
He was stunned. I was just thinking, free health with the other turkey if you just kill him. I did not think you would die.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, secret shop. Oh, it's just the caveman shop.
What he doing in here? I'm about to hurt him.
Hurt him.
What if he had a gun?
He doesn't. He is literally just a caveman. Do I want a boomerang or a crossbow? Crossbow. We're leaving. Sorry, cat. I would not looked at the clock once.
We bought that crossbow, so that's one reason
Hmm.
we bit.
I think this is the one that he had because it's loaded. Oh, hey, there you are. Watch. Wait. Let me. Okay, I was gonna
Sorry.
take care of that skeleton first so he didn't take damage. Gonna carry this cat? Oh, never mind, the cat died. Gonna carry this key that used to be a cat, or you crossbow? Never one.
Got a set of hands.
Oh, hey, that's where the key goes, right there. We think we can get there without bombs. I think you can stand on the arrow. I don't like that it most likely does damage to you when it falls. Actually, wait, yes it does. I think I killed myself that way one time. I have bigger bombs. Leave this to me. It is accessible. It's your turn to have the eye that lets you see.
To looking ass. Oh.
Yeah, if you see any items that are cool in the ground anywhere, just let me know and I'll blow them up. Jewels aren't worth the bombs, but items are. Watch this spider. He gone. I am the arrow trap now.
A scorpion, no. Oh no! Ah, fuck me. I got the goop up on me, y'all.
I had to cross the map to get.
Oh, God, the goop. The goop. The goop!
Not the goop. I'm gonna leave this here and then I'll. The hamster. Never mind. I'll kill the hamster on accident. I got a skull though.
Hamster.
Hamster.
You want me to grease him?
Yeah, once he does the thing. Otherwise, we'll get stuck.
Okay.
Get him.
Okay.
I'll chill up here while you make him chill.
Get your air back.
Oh, it's poison tipped now for some reason.
Oh, you want to know why? It's because I died on top of a scorpion and I think I poisoned it somehow.
Oh.
Do you think that's just from coming in contact with my corpse?
That might be. Or like since you're a ghost, it maybe hit the ghost and it's some ectoplasm.
That's poison.
That is definitely poison. Yeah. Man. Be gone, man. Thank you, man.
Whoa.
Wasn't ready for me to be ready. I hate this jungle. I'm gonna go all the way up here.
Wow.
Freeze that guy. Or can you go freeze that big spider? It's scary.
Yes.
Yay!
Okay. Get rid of the monkey too. I need more bullets. I need more bullets.
Oh, hey, there you are.
Yeah. Boomerang. Okay.
Ah, ah,
Go.
ah, ah. You don't like bats.
Whoa. What a fucking sound.
Oh,
Alright, I'm ready.
what did you know?
Ah! Okay, ready.
Spikes.
Yeah. Oh, fuck me.
Spikes.
Spikes. That's what you meant by spikes. I understand now.
I meant those originally. I figured you had seen that.
No, I was like kind of hidden down there in the leaves and stuff.
Murder. Monkey. Monkey. Don't. Ah. Why can they take your bombs? There we go. Jump again. Jump again. How dare you? My arrow is gone. How come the big ass spider is being into spikes, but not me? Oh, hey, there you are.
Give me a second, I'll bring myself back. Or if you bring me back, I'm just gonna sit there for a second.
Right?
I'm coming.
Yeah. Okay, well that didn't work. I mean, there's the dog. Not, hold my stuff. I'm gonna go try and get it. I got it. I don't know why I waited so long to say it. Okay, that spikes. So you go first. It takes a sec to activate, and then I'll go after. I got it. The bat died. You don't want the pack thing? You feel your attacks more powerful.
Yeah, I didn't want to like waste it without like being able to pick it up, so. Like I wanted to make sure I could drop the dog off and then kill the other
Ah,
thing.
fair enough. Alright, get rid of that spider, then get rid of that man.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe worth less points, but it's definitely worth
Smarter
more than
move,
your
yeah.
life to.
How many hearts do you think I will invest in on this one dude?
Murdered. Let me get rid of this monkey before you activate it. Okay. Jump, I dare you. Just got him off your back. Oh, it's me. Hello. Oh, hey. Who are you? Who are you?
Who is
Parmesan. Parmesan.
Parmesan.
Parmesan.
What's Parmesan doing?
I don't know. Don't go down there. I'm trapped.
Okay. Think
Never mind. I'm at the exit.
okay.
Don't take the left one if you go down there.
Huh.
Man. He's a man. Moments before disaster.
Hey, do you want a boomer?
Yeah, sure. Okay, now I got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand out of your way. Based.
This is the exit.
Based.
And now we're here again.
No?
Ow. You can do damage to me if you have that on.
Oh, okay.
I'll let you go down there. That's not fun.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
What?
I can't get out.
Oh. Damn. There's like a bajillion doors down here, fam.
You know, oh, I'm in here. I can't get out of here. What is that note?
Oh my god, you fucking scared.
There's a lot of doors.
I think it's this one, right?
What's the other stuff?
Oh god, what? Damn.
Look out.
Oh god, this platoon's me.
You gonna jump? Yeah, there, he's dead. Fucking hate things in cars.
What if you could like shoot like the ink?
That'd be cool.
Oh, gotta have arms.
Violence is the answer.
Sometimes. When all else
Nope.
fails. Oh god.
The words. Please don't press the switch while I'm going under. I just got rid of the last dude.
What the
Oh, there's
hell?
the dog. Ah! 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 What's in here?
What do I do here?
Grab that machete and kill him.
Okay. Okay.
Or actually, no, don't kill him. Go get the dog and leave.
Where'd that
We
dog
don't have
go?
the crown, so we can't get that. The dog is right above you.
I'm scared of the flying fish. Oh my god, I killed it.
Oh, dog dead. Dog very dead.
Alright, where's the exit?
Uh. Oh no, left. No.
Is it in the water?
Okay. It's not in the water.
Oh my god, look at that big fish. That's so scary.
Can I freeze him? I can't go down any lower.
It might cost us a run if I jump down there. You know that, right?
Yeah, don't jump down there. I can make you little platforms.
Well,
Dang.
intentional.
Wow.
Okay.
Thank goodness you have ropes. I think you need ropes to get out as well.
You right?
That flatfish was zooming. Can I activate the lever? I can activate the lever. Oh, there I am. Yeah, machete's pretty good. That sword that was down there, if we could have gone it. Can you kill him before I open it? Thank you. I like not getting spawn killed. Quite nice.
Well, fire.
Oh, well, that's the exit, so...
Please.
Oh, more of this. There's a secret shop selling a hamster. Somewhere in the level.
Okay, I couldn't kill that giant crab. I hit him like 5 times with machete.
Yeah, no, they're invulnerable to most damage.
Did not know that. I gotta use the bathroom. Give me a second.
Okay, I will try to not die. It's gonna be a bit hard when there's... He poisons! Good to know! So glad I know.
They require me to hit a button. Oh my god.
They don't require you to. I was waiting for you to get back. I could
Whoa,
have hit it.
we're here. Sorry, my fault. I was like, damn,
Fine.
I'm
I was
making
waiting.
you
Oh, go
wait.
get you. Yeah, I really didn't mind waiting. I was. The poison tick. The poison tick. The poison tick.
Hey, that's the furthest we've made it so far.
Oh my god, the poison tick. It made me go up, so I took the fall damage. Oh my god.
Things that you never thought would happen.
Why? I'm not even mad. That was just funny.
Crazy.
That was. Oh my god.
Hello. Don't do what I did.
Unlucky. Blow on the hamster to activate it.
You telling me to
That was the only way to get it out. It couldn't
could
be
have
gotten out
bought
without
that
taking
shield
damage.
down there, but
I didn't know there was a shield down there.
I do. And I'm going for it.
Shield is funny because you can just hamster died. Because you can just like literally just pick it up and walk into the shopkeeper. Everything else gets destroyed, but you just smush him against the wall and it's funny.
You can move the items, actually.
Yeah, you can just pick it. Oh wait, yeah, duh. It's funnier to just break everything and his face. Okay. Here, you. Yeah, you pick up either the shield or the freeze ray, and I'll pick up the other one and hold it behind you. Go. He's dead. And now you just have that shield.
Yes.
And I've got a hover pack and a gun. I'm
Do we
gonna
need this
drop the
key?
shotgun.
Yeah.
Yes. Probably keep the shield. Yeah.
Dude, I am definitely. Do you want this? Whatever that is.
I'll take the shotgun. I do like the freeze gun.
The tank is here. Sorry.
You know what? This won't instantly kill you if I accidentally shoot you with it.
Okay.
So I think this is the one. Don't try
Alright, I'm gonna leave you by that door. That's your deal. You can take this if you want to. I'm kind of really equipped. I'll just smoosh it. Let's see. Hey, please go. Please go. I left my shield. Uh-oh.
He's just got.
Can you
Dude,
freeze him?
we don't care. I could. No.
Good
No, I cannot.
try. Good try. Good try.
I would. I kind of thought that would happen.
No, you were really close.
Okay, yeah, let me break some bone. Okay.
You know, my number one pet peeve when playing video games is having like all these items that I never use in my inventory. So like by the time
Yeah.
I beat the game, I've got like 40,000 leaves and fucking. Oh my god. I'm about to commit suicide over it.
I mean, it's in the box. You know what? I'll just take the top. Please do not walk towards me when I'm up against the wall.
Sorry.
I will be gone.
You know what happens sometimes.
Go over there, dog. What?
Didn't do anything.
I know you didn't. What? What happened?
Are you down here?
I can't be down there. It just died.
Okay. Oh god.
What? Oh, I was so worried it was gonna reflect off the shield and kill you.
I was kind of hoping it would.
That would have been funny.
Speedrun.
I don't.
It pushed you into a block is what it did when like it
Dude,
spawned.
like all I can think of is that bone hit me, and for some reason the hit stun made it where I counted as being pushed against the wall.
Okay, I'm dead.
Okay, that there wasn't a shield in front of your face. Not at all. There would never be a shield in front of your face when there's a shield in front of your face.
Getting stressed at a whole bunch. In these sort of games is what I like to refer to as stress it. So say like you go through one really annoying, stressful thing, just because you're irritated with that one thing, 5 more bad things are gonna happen to you.
Yeah. I'm not actually irritated. I just
Oh no.
it's odd how game works sometimes.
Yeah, it's gotta be the game. It's programming. Well, in Dark Souls, they have like AI that will, it's called input reading. So they just like read your input. It's like,
I am reading the shotgun keeper input.
right?
Don't crush them on that altar too hard, you might get sacrificed.
I was thinking
Just like this guy.
did you carry the bearded dragon all the way up there?
Yeah.
Nice. It would have woke up with me. Okay.
They start to wobble when they're waking up, so you can tell. Well,
Crouch.
all that money. No, please, sir. I just want the shield back. I'll just leave. Do the laser statue? Oh, they okay.
I was.
Lasers do not hit stun shopkeepers. Keep that in mind.
I didn't know.
I didn't either.
What was I sure?
We have learned.
Ah, fuck.
I have a man.
Him too.
Man. Looks like they were kissing or something.
Brr. Why the fuck is this so cold right now? Hey, what's this so cold? Just. Oh wait, I can.
Snake.
Him too.
Man.
So useful, not as cute as the hamster.
Yeah. But he's already dead, so we don't gotta worry about accidentally killing him. Why am I back down here? Okay. Goodbye, man. King Kong.
I love goldfish crackers. If I ever go unresponsive, you can just bet your bottom dollar I'm sitting here eating goldfish crackers.
Goldfish are tasty.
Especially the big ones that are like flavor blasted.
Oh, I had big ones.
Oh yeah, they huge ones.
Well. Get out of here. No, not there. Not out. Oh.
It's okay.
He doesn't have a shield that... I just got kicked or something.
It says... Weird. Oh, it exploded.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me? Testing.
Hello?
Hello?
もしもし、私だけど今暇。もしもし、私だけど今暇。
Hello? Hello?
Hi, I think my internet may have just died.
Yeah. Perhaps. Menu?
I got kicked to the main menu.
Yeah, I mean, it kicked. It like, you kind of like jumped all over the screen for a second, and then your character just like exploded and all your items went everywhere. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I was like... I was in the game, nothing was wrong, and then I was in the main menu. Yeah, I think the internet died.
For good? Or just take
Probably for good. Oh, maybe not loaded into the make an online lobby thing. Maybe it was just a brief little blip.
Hopefully, yeah.
Let me know when you send an invite, because if I can't see it, then that means I'm definitely internet no worky.
I'll send another one. Here you go. Invite to play. Did you get that?
Oh, I did actually. Okay, I guess it was just a brief little blip. Both be the robot?
God bless America.
No, we can't both be the robot. I thought we could
Bokey
both be the robot.
Oh shit. Goated robot.
Robot.
He was my favorite in the other game. I've been playing this game since Spelunky 1. Can you imagine how like insane this game?
Okay.
Oh. It kicked you. I'm gonna try again.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Internet problems. Internet
Yeah.
problems.
It's probably just because, like,
Getting late.
downstairs, my mom and her boyfriend are playing D&D with some friends over Discord as well. So my younger sibling's probably listening to music on Spotify in her room. And my other younger sibling is watching TV.
Well, yeah.
So,
That's it. That's definitely it. Well, it's been a lot of fun.
yeah.
If it chills out or something a little bit later and you want to try more, I'm open to it.
Alright, I'll let you know. It's, like, already, like, just an hour till I usually try to lie down, and I am super tired, so
Yeah, good one.
probably just talk tonight. But that was pretty fun.
Yeah, definitely.
Learned some things about Spelunky. Saw the. It's quite a funny death.
And we'll see more.
Poison one. That was beautiful.
We gotta figure out poison arrows.
I mean, why did that happen? It's probably on the Spelunky wiki. I'll check it. Oh, I'll do that before I go. Cool wiki. Okay, poison arrows. Okay, that just gives us so just arrows. So that's how it decides to break or not.
What?
How it determines whether or not an arrow will break is if it kills its target.
Oh,
If
yeah.
it doesn't kill the target, it'll break. If it does, it won't break.
If it hits a player, though, it will break most of the time, though.
Yeah. Okay. Not metal arrows. Place. If an arrow hits a poison enemy, arrows will lose their poison if they hit an entity that leaves a corpse?
So, my body, ergo.
No, but that's how it gets rid of the poison. It says if an arrow hits a poison enemy, it'll poison tip. Maybe for some reason Big Dude Buddy counted as poison tipped.
I killed a scorpion with an arrow.
It was probably that arrow.
Yup. Because he popped up, I shot him, and then, like, I think I got killed by either the arrow or the ricochet of the arrow or him getting hit with the arrow or something like that.
Yeah. I just don't know how that arrow would have ended up down there where I was with the crossbow.
Everything falls.
Or maybe there was another vase in the way that had another scorpion in it.
Perhaps,
I don't know. Well, good night.
Alright, night night.
I had fun.
Yeah, true. I'll talk to you soon, friend.
Alrighty.
Hit me up if you want to play more.
I will do so. Well, there's the control. Good night.
Alright, peace. Yeah.
What if I told you that fighting 2 watchdogs can actually be easier than fighting just 1? With just a few crystal darts, you can stun and short-circuit the Erdtree Burial watchdogs, causing them to attack anything around them. This sort of mind control effect lasts for 30 seconds, which is more than enough time for them to kill anything else in the room. This effect also builds up on the smaller imps, but they have to have enough health to withstand a few darts. Catacomb dungeons are all throughout Elden Ring, and this tip makes so many of them way easier. So, why do crystal darts have this effect then? Well, to me, it seems like crystals were once a part of the watchdog's creation. A glintstone is embedded in the watchdog's staff, for example, but more than that, the crystal dart description reads, "Long ago, it is said that a golem crafter employed a similar crystal tool." I think we'll go deeper into this in a lore episode. I recommended making crystal darts for your playthrough when the game first came out. They're quite powerful and they're easy to make, but it always bothered me then how so many humanoid enemies have this habit of dodging them. Elden Ring's enemies do quite a lot of input reading, I'm sure you're familiar with this, but the same goes for most sorceries as well. But did you know that there's an entire class of sorcery that specifically does not trigger enemy dodges? These are the night sorceries. Ambush Shard, Night Shard, Night Comet. These are excellent against NPC invaders or just bosses like Millennia, who literally won't see this coming, but they'll dodge everything else. These night sorceries do a little less damage than their glintstone counterparts, but actually being able to hit your enemy makes these spells pretty damn worth it sometimes. Night sorceries are designed to be assassination spells, which gives them a really nice piece of gameplay flavor since enemies can't dodge them. I'm glad they have that. But speaking of assassination, people commonly underestimate how useful crouch is in this game. Of course, it lets you sneak up on enemies, and if you hit an unaware enemy, then you'll do like 25% extra damage on your first hit. But beyond that, crouch attacks specifically can be really powerful, even if you use them mid-combat. This is because crouch R1 attacks have you perform the same animation as your rolling R1 attacks, so if you want access to your rolling attack on demand, then remember you can just input L3 and R1 to bring it out quickly at any time. And this attack is especially great on certain weapon classes. It can compensate for the weaknesses that they have in their traditional movesets. Halberds, for example, are typically lacking a fast horizontal swing, but your crouch R1 gives you quick access to one. As another example, colossal swords like the Guts Greatsword only have horizontal swings, which is a bit of a letdown, but your crouched R1 gives you access to an insanely fast and long-ranged poke attack. Alternatively, if you're dual wielding, you can even try crouched L1 attacks, so just consider weaving these into your playstyle if you aren't already. It can completely change the viability of certain weapons. Another thing a lot of players don't know about are weapon feints, which are actions that you can only perform with rapiers and curved swords. If you tap the dodge button while you're holding a heavy attack, you'll cancel the heavy attack while stepping backwards and attacking at the same time, which allows you to maneuver for distance and deal damage at the same time. This backstep attack has been around since Dark Souls, and it didn't get much play in Dark Souls either, really. But in Elden Ring, I think there's one exception that makes this attack really good, and that's the Frozen Needle Rapier. This rapier is really cool. Its R2 and its charged R2 attack is unique in that it shoots a little icicle at your opponent, dealing damage and frostbite without even costing you FP. When this is really great, however, is when you use this R2 while feinting. The icicle attack doesn't have a huge range, so you can feint at a sort of middle distance and actually make use of the backstep in kiting enemies around, which is a really awesome playstyle, and I wish Elden Ring had more techniques like this. These are the sort of little combat intricacies that I love making builds out of, and I have another really good tip that spellcasters will appreciate. So, you would have noticed that spells have a set cast time, right? Sorceries like Carrion Slicer have a wind-up before you attack, as do incantations like Stone of Grunk. However, one really cool thing is you can make a lot of these spells come out a lot faster if you combo them with other spells and attacks. For example, you can remove the wind-up on Carrion Slicer if you cast it right after a regular melee attack, or cast it right after casting a different spell. Here's a comparison. As for incantations, Magma Breath comes out way faster if you use Catch Flame right before it, which actually goes a really long way to making Magma Breath a viable spell. There are a ton of other spells that work this way, and while the inputs can be a little bit tricky with the D-pad, it's a really fun, high skill cap thing that you can do to deepen the gameplay of your spellcaster. There are a lot of spells that combo in this way. I'm going to write my ones that I know in a pinned comment down below, so reply to that with your own if you know of any that I've missed. Now, doing this makes spellcasting a bit more of a high skill cap thing, but if you want to make spellcasting less complicated, well, I have just the thing for you. Defeat Radahn and progress below Limgrave here to find the Mimic Tear Ashes in Nokron. Everyone knows this summon is powerful at this point. How could it not be? It's just a copy of everything on your character at the point it is summoned, even your talismans. And speaking of talismans, there's a talisman in the game called Shabriri's Woe, which you can find here in the Frenzied Village. When it's equipped, this talisman forces enemies to focus their attacks on you to the point that they'll actually ignore your summons completely. Usually this kind of just makes the game more dangerous for you, especially during co-op, but one clever thing that you can do with this talisman is to have it equipped and then summon your Mimic Tear and then take Shabriri's Woe off your character. So since your Mimic Tear was summoned with this talisman equipped, it will now take all of the enemy aggro, leaving you free to cast ranged attacks with complete impunity. This is a really good way to help increase the viability of bow builds, for example, but it's also a great way to make sorcery completely broken, since sorcery is very powerful. You could even go a step further with this and give your Mimic a great shield before you unequip it yourself, so if you really want them to tank for you, then this is what you do. Of course, all of you know about armor alteration at this point, but there are 3 surprising facts about armor alteration that I think a lot of people might have missed. First, altering a piece of armor affects its stats. In all cases that I could find, altered versions of armor offer less resistances, but are a lower weight as well. So if you're just shy of having the right equip load, consider altering a few pieces of armor. Fashion is important, yes, but not if it means fat rolling. Next, in some cases, altering your armor can give it special properties or take them away. The altered Duelist Cloak, for example, reveals its snakes, which are this reviled symbol that makes enemies focus their attacks on you, as if you were wearing the Shabriri's Woe talisman that I mentioned before. As another example, altering the Black Knife chest piece removes its concealing veil, which naturally also removes its stealth-enhancing capabilities. If you have any other examples like this, let me know in the comments. And finally, and most importantly for me, a lot of altered armor sets have different lore descriptions. The altered Land of Reeds armor, for example, tells you more about the actual Land of Reeds, which is locked in a miserable civil war, during which time it has remained alienated from the cultures of its neighbors. As another example, the altered version
Sekiro reference.
Oh my god, why in the fuck is it so
Of
cold?
Loretta's royal knight armor has a different description that describes her endeavors after she stopped being a carrion knight. And fittingly, the altered armor set has the carrion colors removed. So, yes, it makes sense that this armor with them removed would describe a different point in this knight's life. There are a ton of altered armor sets that work this way, and I just think this is such an amazing little detail for the devs to have included. But one thing that I kind of wish that they didn't include are these chariots. They suck. That said, the difficulty that you have getting past these chariots kind of makes destroying them feel even better. And if you do manage to destroy them, you get really good rewards. The first chariot you can encounter is behind a stone sword door in the Fringe Folk hero's grave, back where you started the game. So let's destroy it. To do this, carefully make your way past the chariot, dropping down at pretty much every ledge that you see until you end up at a poison swamp. Then take the elevator back up. Here you'll have a line of fire to these giant pots that hang above the roof, hidden in the shadows, and when they drop they explode in blue flame. So line up a shot, wait for the chariot to bump into the wall below you, and that is your trigger to fire. You get 3 attempts at this, there are 3 pots, and when you do drop it, it explodes the chariot, giving you the Erd Tree Great Bow in return. This bow does extra damage with holy infused arrows, and it scales with faith as well. The next set of chariots are in the Oritza hero's grave. Here, there's a section with 2 chariots, and we need to destroy these 2. So, to do that, we need to introduce a 3rd chariot into the mix. To do this, run down to the point right before the locked door where a 3rd chariot spawns and comes towards you. Use this corpse on the edge as a guide to drop down further to some rafters. Continue further down in this direction until you find another chariot ramp. At this point you can go further up or down the ramp. Both will lead you to this same pillar of imp statues that breathe fire. Make sure you hit it once, just once, to send it upwards. This pillar also includes the Rosas statue that summons the chariots, and this will send a chariot spawn further up to crash. So head back up, die if you need to, and watch them crash. You'll receive the Tree Sentinel armor set and the Holy Ground Ash of War for your efforts. In Gelmir Hero's Grave, you can't destroy the riderless chariot, but you can become its rider. To do this, you jump down into the gap. Make sure you jump into this corner. Here you'll land on the rafters, and from these rafters you can jump down onto the riderless chariot. But before you do that, go inside the window to loot the Gelmir set and kill the Bloodhound. That's 2 rare armor sets already, which is great. Then go back to the rafters and drop down onto the riderless chariot. This way you'll go even further down into the lava and you'll finish the dungeon as a reward. Alternatively though, you can backstep down through this lava or quick step through, but that's kind of a lot less fun. For number 9, did you know that weather can affect your damage? If it's raining, you'll do around 10% less fire damage, but your lightning damage will be increased by 10%. In my testing, it was around 10%, and these effects even applied to enemies that were undercover from the rain. So I guess that suggests that this effect is applied to everything in an area, not just every enemy that's wet, per se. This rain effect is something you should really keep in mind if you're doing duels at the main academy gate in Raya Lucaria. This is where people do duels, by the way. It seems to rain really often in Leonia, and lightning builds will inherently be at an advantage here, I guess, while fire builds will be at a disadvantage. Lastly, let's talk about buff stacking. That's a great way to get an advantage, sort of regardless of your build as well. So, disregarding talisman and armor buffs, which are permanent, there are different categories of temporary buffs in Elden Ring, and you can only have 1 temporary buff active from each category. There are weapon buffs, shield buffs, body buffs, aura buffs, health regen buffs, and stamina regen buffs. And in addition to these, there are some special buffs that don't follow any of these rules, so keep those in mind. That's Holy Ground and Terra Magica, for example. Now, activating as many temporary buffs as you can is a huge way to unlock the potential of your character. So here are the buffs that I've found that basically work on every character. To start, you can activate health and stamina regen buffs just with your Flask of Wondrous Physic. You just need the Crimson Burst tier and the Green Burst tier. These tiers are located here and here. Next, an easy way to get access to an aura buff is the Golden Vow Ash of War, which is located here. This gives you 15% extra damage and 15% damage negation as well, and you can just put this on a light dagger, you can activate it, and then switch back to your main weapon. That's incredible. As for body buffs, the Blackguard sells infinite boiled crab here, and then here, which gives you 20% extra physical resistance. And as for weapon and shield buffs, these kind of do depend on your build. If your armaments can be infused, you should absolutely be trying to use something from this list. Before I go, I want to give a huge shout out to Parrygod, who edited this video. The Scarlet Rot is one of the deadliest things in the Lands Between, for it has no real cure, and famously, even the demigods could not stave off its effects. I guess no one told them about preserving boluses. Anyway, what's really interesting about the Scarlet Rot is that it's actually a very old legend, one that predates Malenia and all of the horrors found in Caelid. And so, to understand where it all began, we have to go below, to the Lake of Rot, where we can find a few item descriptions that speak of this time. For example, here in the southeastern corner, we can loot a crown of mushrooms that forms this towering headpiece, and it reads, "Long ago, great lords served the Scarlet Rot. Perhaps such fungal bodies served as their crowns." And the rest of this set is made up of the mushroom set, which are considered holy vestments for those enraptured by the Scarlet Rot that root them to the earth. So already we have this hierarchy of mushroom lords that served the Scarlet Rot back then, as well as worshippers who venerated it. And you might think it's strange that these beings might worship or serve a sickness, but the Scarlet Rot is so much more than that, because the Scarlet Rot is no mere disease. No, for proof of that, one only need look at the Crystallian. Crystallian are inorganic beings, and yet they can be afflicted by the rot just like any other. There's even some Crystallians that are infused with rot and can spread it to others as well. Because it's not really just a disease. Instead, the map for the Lake of Rot calls it the divine essence of an outer god, something that was sealed away long ago in this underground world. And if you've been following Elden Ring lore for any length of time, you should be no stranger to the concept of an outer god. They are these indeterminable, abstract beings that impress an order or a will upon the world through their avatars, their servants, and their vessels. And in the case of the Scarlet Rot, its order is one of decay, where beings are put into a progressing state of death, with the intent to achieve this glorious rebirth that will follow that process. The poison armament description tells us this, saying that those who dwell within poison know rot all too well, the death that begets life, that comes to all equally. That is to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put into practice. A great example of this is Miquella's Haligtree, which might be completely dead were it not for the fungal growths that have sprouted upon the tree. And of course we also see this in Caelid, where flowers of the rot are on the very precipice of budding, despite all the decay. Of course, it's debatable whether this type of life is even desirable at all, but you can't argue that it is life, and the agents of the Rot God certainly find it desirable, so they do their utmost to spark this sacred cycle of rebirth in others, infecting them with poison and rot, and putting this cycle of rebirth into practice. On that note, there is one extremely curious item that you can find down in the Grand Cloister, and it's called the Scorpion Stinger. This is a dagger that's glistening with scarlet rot, and it's called a ceremonial tool, which I think means that any ceremony that used this dagger would have been a ceremony to stab and infect another being with the scarlet rot. It would have been a ceremony of spreading their treasured affliction to others. But what's really interesting about this dagger is that it's fashioned from a great scorpion's tail, and it's also specifically said to have been crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. And when you consider that phrasing, it makes you realize that It's saying that this dagger was fashioned from a relic of the rot god, who was also a great scorpion. That's what it sounds like it's saying. Anyway, I mean, many historical relics in our history are often the physical remains of deceased saints or holy persons, so the god of rot might really be, or at least might have manifested as, a great scorpion. So I guess the scorpion stinger is kind of like the eye of the fell god, or the three fingers of frenzy, or the whole winged theme that death has going on. It's a small remaining hint at the visual identity of these ephemeral outer gods that is intended to stimulate the imagination, even if we never truly find out what these outer gods look like. And whatever rot truly is, it and its scarlet rot essence was eventually conquered, or sealed at least. This was done by a legendary figure known as the Blind Swordsman. As the story goes, the Blind Swordsman was favored by a fairy called the Dancer in Blue. The fairy bestowed upon them a flowing curved sword, which was patterned after flowing water, and with this sword the Blind Swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. There's quite a bit to unpack in these descriptions. First, who or what was the fairy called the Blue Dancer? Well, I think that the warrior's blue cloth set gives us a clue. It reveals that the blue color of its fabric symbolizes brisk waters, and the cloth doll that represents the Blue Dancer is styled to look just like water. The description goes on to say that just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay, so warriors must remain ever drifting. It's essentially saying that flowing water is the very antithesis to rot, which thrives in stagnant water. And I think, and this is just speculation, but I think that the Blue Fairy might essentially be a sort of river spirit.
But
If
when
you've
the
ever seen
two
Hayao
rats come
Miyazaki's
behind you,
Spirited
it's
Away,
always too
then
much.
you might know what type of being I'm talking about. In that movie, just quickly, a stinking sludge monster comes to the bathhouse, where it is eventually revealed that it's actually a river spirit, whose river was bogged down and corrupted by pollution. But once his waters are unblocked, the river spirit is restored. And Elden
like
Ring, by
a
comparison,
speedrunner,
does also
not
have
gonna lie.
two legendary rivers called the Shifra and the Ainza, which just so happen to flow underground next to and around the
Well, isn't
scarlet
it
rot that was
Supria,
eventually
but-
sealed all that time ago. So I don't think that it's a
Yeah,
stretch to think that the Blue Fairy might have occupied or might have been a supernatural extension of those underground rivers. I think it's a fun theory, and I think it helps to explain the Blue Fairy's relationship with water
it does
and
now.
why it might be a natural enemy of the rot god. So the Blue Fairy gave
He's
the
not
blind
toot.
swordsman a flowing sword, and he fought with the power of flowing water to seal away the rot god. But what's unclear here is how exactly the scarlet rot god was sealed away by the blind swordsman. Did he, sword in hand, battle a great scorpion boss in one-on-one combat and just seal its essence away? Or was their battle more of an abstract one, where the Eternal City dams were built and rivers were rerouted to encircle the rot and contain it underground, or something like that? These details are left to your imagination, but one way or another, the Scarlet Rot God was sealed away, but it was not defeated, and eventually it would return. And this time, it would do so in an Imperium vessel, corrupting Melania, a demigod, at the very moment of her birth. Like her brother Miquella, Melania was born an Imperium. Imperium meaning she was essentially a valid candidate to replace Queen Marika as a god, and as such it seems she was a ripe candidate for an outer god's meddling. And it's unclear how the rot god afflicted Melania as soon as she was born, but it did, and that's a shame because Melania's great rune does state that it should have been the most sacred great rune of them all, were it not for what I assume was the rot god's meddling. And speaking of great runes, in the sister video to this one, we talk about how Miquella was essentially the flip side to Melania, in many ways, especially in cut content where the twins were born of an inseparable fate and said to hold the runes of both abundance and decay between them. And to reflect this duality, it seems, Miquella is in this constant state of overflowing abundance, while Malenia was in this constant state of overflowing death, essentially. We sort of see this tragedy unfolding in a few statues of Malenia, since you can see back then she did actually have all her limbs once upon a time, until the rot continued to take hold, moving her inexorably towards her inevitable death and rebirth as well. That must have felt inevitable, for it seems like in these early days there were few known ways to ward off the rot. Fire was probably the obvious one, and then there was also the act of consecration, which was used, which is essentially the act of declaring something as sacred, which was done to the weaponry of Malenia and her knights, and apparently it helped their armaments, at least, to resist the rot. But their flesh was still susceptible. Malenia's knights were therefore called the Clean Rot Knights, and they vowed to fight alongside Malenia despite the inevitable, if gradual, putrefaction of their flesh. And it was this fact that made these warriors so fierce, for they had basically already accepted their terrible fate, and so logically they had nothing else to lose in battle. These knights were bestowed the winged sword insignia, given only to those who fought alongside Malenia the Severed. Interestingly, this is the only item that gives Malenia the title the Severed, and I assume that it's referencing a time where Malenia was known for her prowess despite her fragmented body, as it's called in the Japanese. I guess it's possible that she wasn't yet known as the Blade of Miquella at the time, though that's just my own speculation. At any rate, Malenia Blade of Miquella is her most common title, and it's easy to see why she would dedicate herself to her brother so fully, for her brother was so dismayed by her condition that he dedicated himself to finding a treatment for the rot, and this search for a cure dramatically affected Miquella's worldview. For instance, he was formerly a faithful fundamentalist of the Golden Order, with all the magic to boot, but he would abandon those practices as they could do nothing to treat his sister's accursed rot. Instead, he pursued a path of unalloyed gold, and he crafted for Malenia a needle that could be inserted into her flesh, granting relief from the rot and preventing the progression of the rotting sickness. If you're interested in why unalloyed gold was able to do this and work that way, then I'd recommend you check out this video afterwards, which talks at length about Miquella. But we learn about the needle's specific effects in-game when we give it to a character called Millicent, who is also suffering from the Scarlet Rot. Millicent is this great parallel to Malenia that teaches us so much about what Malenia might have felt or experienced. So Millicent too has lost a limb, and she is also losing her memories, and when we find her she is unable to even move. But as soon as we give her the needle, she's able to function and fight once more. Therefore, it's fair to assume that similar benefits were conferred upon Malenia when her brother gave her the needle. It's also worth noting that the multiple needles that we find in-game, they aren't finished. Even the final version of this needle can only be used in the storm beyond time at Farum Azula, where it allows you to cheat fate, essentially. And that makes sense here, because you're outside of time in this place, so maybe you can prevent these afflictions from the outer gods before they even happen. So perhaps if Miquella had been able to imbue his needle with some time warping capabilities, he could have eventually undone the effects of the rot god entirely, but again, the needle was unfortunately never finished. The needle isn't all that Miquella created with unalloyed gold. He also crafted for his sister a prosthetic arm, leg, helmet and armor of unalloyed gold, which, again, like Millicent, surely allowed her to overcome her one-armed shortcoming and reach for newer heights as a fighter. So Malenia's prospects were already looking up, but things didn't end there, for Malenia would go on to meet a man who would become her mentor, and he would give her this final, invaluable tool that could be employed against the Scarlet Rot. We see their meeting play out on this image of the prosthesis wearer heirloom, which depicts a scene from a heroic tale. You can even see Malenia's prosthetic arm and leg in this image if you look closely, which is why I assume that this meeting took place after Miquella's intervention with all of the unalloyed gold.
I think it's Discord
prosthetics.
doing it.
So her mentor was, as you might have guessed, the blind swordsman, the man who first sealed away the rot all those years ago, the very same. And after encountering her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. This meeting says a lot about the blind swordsman. He must have known that Malenia was basically inhabited by his ancient enemy, and yet he doesn't attempt to kill her here. Instead, he takes her under his wing and teaches her the techniques that he himself once used to curtail the rot in the first place. It's a pretty wise thing to do, and perhaps we shouldn't expect any less from someone who was able to defeat an outer god in the first place. So this is why the skill on Malenia's blade is called the Waterfowl Dance. This is why Malenia recovers health by attacking during her boss fight. By moving relentlessly, like flowing water, the damage of the rot was offset, and Malenia was able to achieve unparalleled strength and to maintain her pride. But it was that same pride that she would abandon in her fight with Radahn. Radahn was born of Queen Rennala, who was the Queen of Caria, and King Consort Radagon, who was previously a great champion of the Erd Tree. Thus was the Order of the Moon and the Erd Tree conjoined. And while Radahn was a true Carian, and certainly proficient in the art of sorcery, we can see in his character an inclination towards another path, an aspiration to be like Godfrey, for example, who was the first Elden Lord, and also his father Radagon, who would become the second Elden Lord. Caria was, after all, a largely matriarchal society, meaning that power was passed down to the princesses in the family. So perhaps it's no surprise that Radahn was not as motivated by his Carian heritage compared to his sister Ranni, for instance. So Radahn's set was decorated with a golden lion that symbolized Godfrey and his beast regent, and it states that from his youngest years, Radahn was naturally captivated by the Lord of the Battlefield. Then his golden helmet was designed with his flaming red hair in mind, which Radahn inherited from his father, drawing attention to the fact that he was fond of the heroic implications of being Radagon's son. Radahn and his knights were fittingly known as the Red Mane, which conflates Radahn's red hair with the mane of Godfrey's lion, and Radahn was even quoted as saying, "I was born a champion's cub. Now I am the lord of the battlefield's lion," which borders on being a statement of complete loyalty to Godfrey and the Golden Order, but we'll get to that debate a little bit later. So, naturally, this was a guy who reveled in the art of warfare, and even in his youth as a Carian royal, it seems Radahn was already a renowned general. We can infer this because of a man named Jerren. The Eccentric's armor specifically says that after spending time as a guest of the Carian royals, he became a guest commander for General Radahn. Therefore, Radahn must have still been in close contact with his Carian family, as Jerren met Radahn through these Carian royals. We can see in his character an inclination towards another path, an aspiration to be like Godfrey, for example, who was the first Elden Lord, and also his father Radagon, who would become the second Elden Lord. Caria was, after all, a largely matriarchal society, meaning that power was passed down to the princesses in the family. So perhaps it's no surprise that Radahn was not as motivated by his Carian heritage compared to his sister Ranni, for instance. So Radahn's set was decorated with a golden lion that symbolized Godfrey and his beast regent, and it states that from his youngest years, Radahn was naturally captivated by the Lord of the Battlefield. Then his golden helmet was designed with his flaming red hair in mind, which Radahn inherited from his father, drawing attention to the fact that he was fond of the heroic implications of being Radagon's son. Radahn and his knights were fittingly known as the Red Mane, which conflates Radahn's red hair with the mane of Godfrey's lion, and Radahn was even quoted as saying, "I was born a champion's cub. Now I am the lord of the battlefield's lion," which borders on being a statement of complete loyalty to Godfrey and the Golden Order, but we'll get to that debate a little bit later. So, naturally, this was a guy who reveled in the art of warfare. Godfrey and a lion. Was born a champion's cub. Now I am the lord of the battlefield's lion, which borders on being a statement of complete loyalty to Godfrey and the Golden Order, but we'll get to that debate a little bit later. So, naturally, this was a guy who reveled in the art of warfare, and even in his youth as a Carian royal, it seems Radahn was already a renowned general. We can infer this because of a man named Jeren. The Eccentric's armor specifically says that after spending time as a guest of the Carian royals, he became a guest commander for General Radahn. Therefore, Radahn must have still been in close contact with his Carian family, as Jeren met Radahn through these Carian royals, and when they did meet, Jeren and Radahn seemed to immediately share a certain bond, for despite Jeren preferring to have a nomadic existence, he decided to become a guest commander for General Radahn, and then, despite the temporary implication of such a title, Jeren, this restless tumbleweed, as he was called, would become bound by honorable oath, and he and Radahn swore a vow of honorable death to one another, promising that they would die honorably in battle, even if it was death by the other's hand. So, it's not stated which battles that Radahn was fighting at the time, nor which war he required a new guest commander for. But then the world is very different at the time, and there's so much of the Lands Between's history that we don't know about. So I guess it's possible that the battles were being fought for distant lands like Limgrave and Caelid. The Limgrave East map does say, after all, that this path here was trod by many a soldier in the past. Maybe Radahn's forces took this path as well? And this was before Caelid was even afflicted with the Scarlet Rot, so things might have looked really different here, although admittedly we do have this shot from this trailer that shows that it still kind of looks a bit like a red hellscape here, with the red sky, and this was technically before the Scarlet Rot took hold. Caelid did still have some culture to boast of though. For example, in the very middle of Caelid, there is, or was, a town of sorcery called Sellia, and despite Radahn's relationship with Caria and Raya Lucaria as well, presumably, it was here in Sellia that he studied, learning gravitational magics that likely could not be taught anywhere else. He did this, as the story goes, all so he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed, for gravitational magics could relieve the weight of Radahn and allow his scrawny horse to carry him evermore. Also, in case you don't know, the horse's name is Leonard, according to the data, so that is the name that we'll use going forward. What's interesting about Leonard is that
right here.
he's specifically called out as being scrawny, as if that's the reason why he can't carry Radahn, who is enormous. Shouldn't Radahn's size be the reason why he can't ride his horse? So I think, personally,
I was not paying
Radahn
attention.
actually
His
didn't
ass
become
was
as large
not
as he
paying
is
attention.
for a very long time. And I think there's some good evidence to back that up. For one, his throne in Leyndell is of regular size. Two, his portrait is of a simple grown man. And lastly, we see a brief shot of Radahn fighting in this image where he barely even matches Morgoth in size. So personally, I think that Radahn probably only grew in size when he acquired a great rune. Regardless, at this stage anyway, it's clear that Radahn initially learned gravitational magic for the sake of his horse, but that gravitational skill set would certainly come in handy as the years went on. For one, these gravitational magics were passed on to some of his elite soldiers, like Ogre, who was the longest-serving member of the Redmane Knights, who studied techniques to manipulate gravity alongside Radahn. The equipment and the skill sets of the Redmane Knights really were very inspired by Radahn. For example, the surcoat of Radahn's Redmane Knights depicts a red-maned lion raising a sword in the image of Radahn. All of them proved that they were worthy of the Redmane name. Even their great shield's design takes that symbolism further, being shaped like a fang, and featuring the crest of a red-maned lion. And these knights were strong, like Radahn too, with descriptions stating that they were reputed to be masterful warriors, and it was popularly said that the Redmanes knew no weakness. But for all of their prowess in battle, a conflict was coming that no military strength could ward away. And I'm not talking about the Scarlet Rot, I'm talking about the stars. But luckily, for this
hella
upcoming
the wrong
conflict,
way. What the
Radahn was
fuck?
able to solicit the help of an extremely knowledgeable teacher. According to the Gravity Well sorcery, Radahn's master was an Alabaster Lord with skin of stone, and these Onyx and Alabaster Lords were a different race entirely to humans, and were said to have risen to life when a meteor
no, I'm
struck
going this way.
long ago. Meteorite sorcery tells us that the reason they were called Lords was in reverential fear of their destructive power. It seems like Radahn was soliciting their help because a similarly meteoric destructive power was on its way to Celia. So earlier we established that he explicitly did learn
my item.
gravitational magic so that he could ride his horse,
Where am I
but
at?
the
Where do I
collapsing
need to
stars
be?
sorcery also explicitly says that he learned gravitational techniques so that he could challenge the stars, which
Delete
I think
polar.
suggests that there were two distinct periods of learning
Oh,
here
no.
for Radahn. Learning for the sake of his horse, and then learning for the sake of keeping Celia safe. And there's also quite a bit of evidence that suggests that Radahn's actions here were in defense. For example, the sword gravestone
What in
in
the fuck
Caelid
is this
specifically
schizophrenic
tells us
shit,
that
dude?
Radahn held Celia secure. The Star Scourge heirloom tells us that Radahn confronted the falling stars, as if they were the aggressors. Finally, this event was also called the Star Scourge Conflict, suggesting that there was a clash of some kind here,
Debate
like
parlors where you
back
fight
and
the,
forth,
the big
if you will.
box thing.
So Radahn seemed to anticipate that this event was coming, but I guess that isn't so strange when you consider that Radahn was of Carian lineage, who were renowned for reading fate in the stars. So I would think that anticipating a starfall would be pretty straightforward for them, and I think it would make sense that Radahn would want to intervene if it was headed for Celia, which is where he learned his magic from in the first place. So Radahn took defensive measures, and I guess you might argue that he even went a bit overboard, for he didn't just defend Celia from the falling stars, he actually sealed the stars' movements completely. So after Radahn challenged the stars, the fate in the night sky was said to be no more, and this manifests quite literally in Rani's questline, for example, where Radahn has to be killed so that the stars can be unfrozen, so that one of them can literally smash into Limgrave and open a path to Nokron. If not for Radahn, I feel like a star would have smashed through Celia instead, and opened a path to Nokron that way all those years ago. The Eternal City of Nokron is said, after all, to sleep below Celia, so Radahn really might have intervened here at the very last moment, since a star is released and hits Limgrave as soon as you kill Radahn. Though I'll admit that it is a bit strange that that star hits Limgrave and not Celia, which he is said to defend. I wonder why. Anyway, there's one more thing I want to talk about here, and it's that you could also make the argument that Radahn might have intervened at Celia and frozen the stars on behalf of the Golden Order. After all, the telescope item description literally says that the fate once writ in the night skies was fettered by the Golden Order, and Radahn was a fanboy of Radagon and Godfrey, who were two proponents of the Golden Order, so it's definitely possible that he did this on the Golden Order's behalf. Personally, though, I think that both things can be true. I think that Radahn was clearly motivated to defend Celia from Starfall, and I think that the Golden Order did stand to benefit from one of its vassals achieving such a feat. Radahn, and most of the demigods at that stage, for that matter, were technically on the side of Marika's Golden Order. So I guess technically Radahn was aligned with the Golden Order and could have fettered the stars on their behalf. Technically. But the impression that I get from Radahn is that he has no real loyalty to anyone other than himself and his men. this is my speculation, but I think this because he's not really hated by anyone in the current
Oh no.
anyone in the game. Even his brother Rykard has his picture up on the wall, and Rykard famously hated anything to do with the Golden Order. So while I think Radahn served the intent of the Golden Order, I don't think he was beholden to it, especially not in the later years when the Elden Ring was shattered. Because remember this cutscene with Morgoth?
Willful traitors. All.
Morgoth labels all of the demigods as traitors to the Golden Order, including Radahn, who we do see in a clash with Morgoth, suggesting that he might have abandoned his loyalty to Order and marched on Leyndell after the shattering. For Radahn, like his demigod kin, had claimed a great rune, and it's easy to assume that a warmonger like him would have had great ambitions for power, and might have even aspired to become Elden Lord. And it's around this time, when the demigods were clashing, that Malenia enters the picture once more. Because Malenia, Blade of Miquella, was marching towards Caelid, past Godric in Limgrave, and towards Radahn.
Honestly, Godric's nothing more than a jumped-up country bumpkin. Lord? Oh, don't make me laugh. First, he hid himself amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then
Same.
hid from Radahn in that castle.
Same.
Then he insulted Malenia, lost to her in battle,
Same.
only to lick her boots rather than die like a man.
Boot.
Huh. Has he no shame? The big girl's blouse?
This dialogue from Kenneth Haidt is a great piece of lore as it tells us about this crucial late part of the Shattering War. At this point, Godric had just
Oh no,
failed
fucking
to
lagging.
usurp Leyndell capital
Okay.
and
Alright.
had fled
Alright, I
with
fucking
his
lag right
enemies
then and
to
there and it gets me
Stormvale.
killed. Okay, dude.
In fear of Radahn, who was a close neighbor in Caelid. And it makes sense that he'd fear Radahn, who was considered by many to be the strongest of the demigods. But while he was hiding here, a different army approached. From the north, not the south, as Godric must have feared. Malenia and her Cleanrot knights were passing Stormvale on their southwards march from the Halig Tree to Caelid. And this event, this passing, is marked at the Leonia Highway sword gravestones, which state, "Nothing will hinder the wings of the Blade of Miquella and the Cleanrot Knights." These gravestones tend to mark points of battle, and Kenneth does
What?
state that Godric insulted Malenia
Discord?
and
Is
lost
this?
to her in
What's
battle.
fucking
So
with me, dude?
I assume this is where that happened. As to the nature of the insult, well, we have cut dialogue from Godric to help us out here.
There is only one tree, and only its branches, that bathe in true rays of gold. Not the fool-omened king, nor the rank malformed twins.
So Godric considered Miquella and Malenia rank and malformed. So I assume the insult was along those lines, which was not smart on Godric's part. Malenia must have messed him up, but tellingly, she did not kill him. And that's a curious detail, because this was the Shattering War. We're supposed to believe that all of the demigods were fighting for power, but if Malenia was seeking power here and looking for others' great runes to acquire in order to restore the Elden Ring and live up to Miquella or her own Empyrean promise, then you'd think that she would have killed Godric, that she wouldn't have shown him mercy. But instead, she lets him live. So, to me, that suggests that Malenia might not have been on this southward march to take power. Because if she didn't claim Godric's great rune, then she probably wasn't here for Radahn's either. So, why then? Why did Malenia come full force towards Radahn on this southward march? I feel like there are three options. Four if you count the theory that Malenia might have chased down Radahn in order to get control of the Elden Ring, but as I've just explained, I feel like that's unlikely. Option two, although it's still unlikely in my opinion, is that Malenia might have sought out Radahn simply for the sake of fighting him. He was, after all, widely considered the mightiest of the demigods, as was Malenia in many cases, so it's not ridiculous to think that both of them might have fought simply for the sake of pitting their strength against one another, but that's a pretty unsatisfactory answer, in my opinion. Option 3, I feel, could be because Melania was looking for her brother. At this point, Miquella could have already been stolen away by Mohg, so perhaps she was simply looking for him. She pretty intentionally makes a beeline towards the south and towards Caelid, and Mohg's palace is essentially underneath Celia and underneath the area where Radahn and Melania fought, so I guess it's possible that Melania had some intel leading her here in a search for Miquella, but again, this is only speculation. But my favorite theory is the fourth one, which is that Melania, and by extension Miquella, may have wanted Radahn dead, for the same reason that Ranni eventually does, so that the stars could resume their movement, bringing certain fates back into play. And you might be asking, but why would Miquella want the stars to resume their movement? Well, perhaps Miquella's own fate was locked in stasis. We do find a demigod's amber starlight shard in Miquella's hideaway, after all, and I feel like it should be concerning that his fate might have fallen like this. But the best answer, I think, is that Miquella wanted the stars back in motion so that the moon could properly eclipse the sun. This was a ritual that Miquella seemed to believe would revive Godwyn the Golden, his brother. And we talk about this a lot more in this video, and I can definitely see how the stars being in stasis would prevent the moon from eclipsing the sun, so I really like this answer. But I'd love to hear your theories. Surely there's more than just these four options. But in the end, there's only really one answer that I'm confident in, and it's that we can't confidently say for sure why Melania fought Radahn. Not yet, anyway. But whatever the reason, it must have been a good one, because it was during this battle that Melania sacrificed everything.
There is something I must return to Melania. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self that allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot. The pride she abandoned to meet Radahn's measure.
In Elden Ring's story trailers, we see this legendary fight play out. Cleanrot Knights finally arrive with Melania, facing off against the Redmane Knights, and manage to plunge a ton of spears into Radahn during their clash. You can actually see these spears still sticking out of his back to this day. Then Melania and Radahn appear to be the only two left standing. Melania sacrifices her prosthetic arm to get close to Radahn, grabbing her blade and plunging it into both of them, giving us a close-up view of the two characters. Here, Radahn looks monstrous, which I theorize could again be because he's tainted with the madness of a great rune, though that is just speculation. And we can also see Melania's lips moving here, muttering some final words, or perhaps the incantation for the Scarlet Aeonia, which envelops herself and Radahn, putting an end to their fight. In this video's first chapter, we talked extensively about Melania's battle against the Scarlet Rot within her, but in this moment, she seems to lose that fight, maybe intentionally, and she allows the Scarlet Rot to take hold. Millicent, who is a great parallel to Melania, says that this is when she sacrificed her dignity, her sense of self, her will, and her pride. Melania did all of this just so that she could meet Radahn's measure. Thus did the Scarlet Rot explode outwards, infecting Radahn and the very land itself, as their battle came to a horrific standstill. In the end, neither party was in a state to continue fighting, so technically Melania didn't lose, so she was technically still undefeated. Few survived the Battle of Aeonia, but one who did was the Cleanrot Knight Finlay, who, in an unimaginable act of heroism, carried the slumbering form of Melania all the way back to the Haligtree. They managed this alone, fending off all manner of foes along the way. But back at the center of Caelid, Melania's Scarlet Bloom remained. A nearby phantom's dialogue reads, "Sublime, I tell you, the very first flower of Aeonia from this very spot. Melania, may you blossom into a goddess." In the present day, Caelid features at its center a giant tree that spirals in a similar manner to Melania's first Scarlet Bloom, so it probably is the same Scarlet Bloom. As the Phantom says, this was the very first flower of Aeonia, and the beginning of the Scarlet Swamp in this land. And at the very center of that is another curious thing. There's a boss called Commander O'Neill, who carries the Commander's Standard, which reads, "Even after his lord was fled, Commander O'Neill continued to brandish this flag in the devastation of the rot-eaten field of battle, the sole veteran who remembers this battle with pride." And it's hard for me to say exactly whose side O'Neill would have been on. He summons the spirits of exiled soldiers, who themselves have no real affiliation to speak of, though I will say that you can summon one of Millicent's sisters to help you in the fight against O'Neill, which might suggest that he's opposed to the idea of rot and that he might have fought for Radahn, although I feel like you could go both ways on this, because the Commander's Standard says that his lord was fled, and both Malenia and Radahn fled this battle. Anyway, when you defeat O'Neill by luring him into the guises of Scarlet Rot because it's funny, he doesn't just drop the Commander's Standard, he also drops an heirloom of the Battle of Aeonia, a broken needle of unalloyed gold that was once buried within Malenia's own flesh, repelling her Scarlet Rot until it snapped. A really interesting question here, considering the needle is broken, is whether Malenia snapped the needle intentionally when she plunged her blade into herself and Radahn. Perhaps she knew that it would cause the rot within her to flare up worse than ever if the needle was broken, and allow her to defeat Radahn. Millicent does explain that the explosion of rot in her is worse after she takes out the needle, almost as if it's been building up inside them all this time.
I paused to even tell you, but I took out the needle myself. The scarlet rot writhes now, worse than ever.
So it's pretty clear that this is where the final moments of the battle took place, and we even find Cleanrot Knights able to rise outside when you're near, even now. But then we don't find Radahn anywhere near here. Instead, we find him closer to his former home at Redmane Castle. In a nearby catacomb, the spirits of the war dead actually continue to clash, refusing to surrender, even in death. And outside, Radahn is exactly the same way. And while witless, he's still alive, even managing to keep the stars in stasis, even now, for he's still in possession of his great rune, which itself started to burn to resist the encroachment of the Scarlet Rot. His feet have rotten off, the spears of Cleanrot Knights remain in his flesh, but he fights on, simply using those spears in his back as arrows to fight off anyone who threatens him, refusing to give up and die in anything but an honorable death.
Are you one for festivals or flowers? To the south, a grand festival to make the stars turn. To the east, the heart and bud of a flower to be. But dare you enter into the heart of the Scarlet Rot?
As the rot takes hold, Caelid becomes a fresh hell, and the land itself becomes a threat. Even the dragons in this place were forced to flee, and they would make a new nest on a plateau that would be dubbed Dragon Barrow, and no one since then has dared to enter it. That said, a few dragons did not make it away unscathed. The dragon Exekis succumbed to the Scarlet Rot, though he did not forget his hatred, and sadly, Grail, the mother of all dragons, who dwarfs them all as well, can be found on death's door surrounded by her children and completely blighted by the Scarlet Rot. Kind of sad. Thanks for the 50k runes though. And in the end, it was Malenia's Scarlet Rot, not really Malenia herself, that would eventually drive Radahn's Redmane Knights to defeat. According to their armor, when they were driven to defeat by Malenia's Scarlet Rot, the Redmane Knights burned off the crest on the left breast of their armor to indicate their resolve, stating, "Alas, dear home, I shan't see you again, for our duty is to remain here, a bulwark against the blight." The knights using fire to burn away their own crest in this way is such a great symbol, for fire was their one and only weapon for fighting back against the rot. And interestingly, according to the Armorer's Cookbook, a lot of these tools and techniques to do with fire were passed down by an armorer who served the great General Radahn, as his books contain knowledge of dealing with rot, the application of fire in particular. And so, this flame of the Redmanes clearly became a large part of their identity henceforth. Corpses of rabid wildlife were piled high and burned. Long smouldering walls of flame were built in order to prevent the rot from spreading to neighboring lands. These same walls border their own castles, they burnt down churches, and they even managed... The Scarlet Rot is... The Scarlet Rot is...
Bruh.
Third, some would argue that this, which reads, "Golden prosthesis once used by the one-armed Valkyrie, a masterwork of craftsmanship. With practice and skill, it can be used as proficiently as a real arm. When Malay Marai, Lord of the Shaded Castle, embraced this prosthesis, he claimed to feel the presence of his personal goddess." Now, I'm not really sure if this is Melania's actual prosthesis or not. I feel like you could make debates for and against that, but regardless, it drives home just how much of a fanboy this guy was. But in the end, the castle is not much more now than just a home for some surviving Clean Rot knights who would understandably feel at home in such a place. And I guess they have nowhere else to go as Melania slumbers back at the Halig Tree, where she does very little else until you arrive and trigger what I think is her second transformation.
Wait. The scarlet bloom flowers once more. You will witness true horror. Now, rot.
Now, I got some bad news for you guys. in this
Wait,
final
not from
chapter.
here.
So, you know how difficult Melania was to defeat, right?
No.
Well, what if I told you that wasn't her final form? It might not be, for the Scarlet Aeonia description reads, "Each time the scarlet flower blooms, Melania's rot advances, and with the third bloom, she will become a true goddess." So, it's known that Melania's first bloom was in Caelid, and we know that she blooms in a fight against us, so the debate becomes, is this mid-fight bloom Melania's second bloom, or her third? Some would argue that this is Melania's third bloom, and that she's already become the goddess of rot. She does, after all, literally have Goddess of Rot as her title, and there is a bloom right outside her boss room which could have been the site of her second bloom. So how do you argue against that? Well, for starters, the bloom outside might not be hers. For one, it'd be kind of weird if she had a second bloom that is never described, right here, when she's slumbering in just the neighboring room. But not only that, in front of this bloom, you actually loot the Traveler's set, which is the same set worn by Millicent and her sisters, and Melina as well. Considering Millicent and her sisters are buds of Melania, and considering Millicent also leaves behind one of these blooms when she dies, it's not ridiculous to think that one of these sisters might have flowered here already. And I don't think that Melania having Goddess of Rot in her boss title means that much. Many, like Gowry and the Pests, already believe that Melania is the Goddess of Rot. The Scarlet Aeonia description instead specifies that the third bloom will make her a true goddess, and I think anything before that is just a brief flash of the rot god shining through. But the biggest piece of evidence that Melania hasn't yet reached her third bloom yet, in my opinion, comes from Gowry, who goes to extraordinary lengths to nurture Millicent, encouraging us to kill her even, just so this betrayal can turn her into a Scarlet Valkyrie that will serve Melania.
It must be done by your hand, no other. Millicent trusts you, rather deeply in fact. Sever that trust. Nurtured by betrayal, her bud will flower most vividly. When Melania ascends to godhood, Millicent too shall be reborn as a scarlet Valkyrie.
If Millicent dies, she flowers, with Gowry's expectation being that she will be revived after this. So considering that there's a bloom in Melania's boss room as well that appears after you defeat her, I feel like it's possible that Melania could have another revivification after this as well. And one final piece of evidence was actually pointed out by you guys in the comments of my recent Oracle short. In that video, I argued that the Oracles might be there to herald the return of Miquella as a god, as their spirit ashes state that it is said that when Oracle envoys appear playing their pipes, they do so to herald the arrival of a new god or age. But I completely neglected to mention that they might be here to herald Melania's ascension as a god instead. So thank you guys for pointing that out. If you haven't already, I'd appreciate if you tried out some of my shorts content. It's extremely difficult to fit everything within 60 seconds, but it's a fun challenge and I'm pretty happy with some of the short stories that I've been able to tell in those shorts. Anyway, personally, I wouldn't be surprised if we fight some incarnation of Melania again in the DLC, and I'd be down for that fight, provided she rises again with her lower half as a scorpion or something. But what I find to be the most disturbing thought about Melania's potential third bloom is that Gowry believes a scarlet bloom will be more vivid if it's nurtured by betrayal. That's what we see in Millicent's questline. So what if Melania's third bloom could be more vivid if she's betrayed by her brother, Miquella? But it's late now, and I'm really getting into some deranged speculation territory, aren't I? So that's probably my cue to end the video. Special thanks to Misspat for the footage and editing help, as always, and special thanks to Quelaag.
Bro, I wanna play fucking Bloodborne is what it is.
Site that looked like a scam. It said buy this magic cards to play the coolest game and fight against your friends with no consequence.
Oh no, I won them.
Hey, you! Can I interest you in... You can do this one. It's easy peasy.
Welcome to Cash's Corner.
Friends versus friends.
Ready to launch.
Let's see JP Newton C.
Oh, wow. How much health did
Can't even handle me right now.
Don't interrupt me. Eureka!
Cool your jets.
Binary bump.
What a fucking hard game, dude.
Have a taste of this ooey
But honey, I am next. You won't know if I am coming from the south or west. It's not personal disease.
I can't read that quick.
Take your time and have a gander.
A gander. Said have a gander. Okay.
Hungry for a fight!
What?
Cluster Junior here, fully equipped to automate and...
Hungry for a fight!
Friends versus friends.
This could potentially be a really fire game if you have.
We're one big happy cartridge family.
Very nice to see you.
Put some spice on it. Oh, shucks. Ah! Bling, bling!
That's crazy. Why would a Molotov catch me on
Don't
fire?
have to be
Huh?
mean about it.
Here's a tasty treat for ya. Got some peanut butter for your jelly?
Hold his ice.
The way you walk, full of confidence, trophies piling up.
Friends versus friends.
one big happy cartridge family.
The skies look great for a fight.
Meet my friend, Lefty, Righty, and this guy, Caliber. That was called. Put some spice in it.
Oh, shucks.
One, that's the craziest thing I've ever had to do.
And one sad cub.
Feeling confident, trophies piling up. The honey.
stuff there.
Friends versus friends.
Let's stir it up a bit.
Wow.
This is a remix.
Finally, a little flavour.
Trash beats.
Is this how you act on an empty stomach?
This goes down as my worst collab.
Feeling confident. Trophies pile.
That's my worst collab, I mean.
Let's go to the purchase part of this process. Shout sincere thanks, amigo. You're my best customer. I mean that. Still.
Fucking nuke.
Friends versus friends.
Let's spike this punch. Here we go.
Well, he said that. Cool.
Hi, Caliber. Finally, a little flavour.
A little fiber. Get the like murder card. Bro, what? That's crazy.
Hey, hey! Watch the face. Here's a tasty treat for you. Oi, 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 oi. Well, now we're stuck in this together. My stomach! Thank you! Thank you! I didn't get enough sleep to deal with this!
Confidence, trophies piling up.
Let's go to the purchase part of this process, shall we? Thanks for the friendos, friendo. Lots of good stuff there.
Friends versus friends.
Ready to mosh and nosh!
Press play.
Junior has arrived.
Feel it, enemy.
Oh no!
The club can't even handle me right now.
Well, now we're stuck in this together.
Say cheese. Binary
Playtime's over.
Rage! Time to go. Night-night.
Take a long walk off a short pier.
The way you walk, feeling confident. Trophies piling up. But honey,
because maybe not.
France versus France.
Okay.
Here we go. Ready, two, rock. Meet my friends, Lefty on Raw. Have a snack and calm down. Remington grade step. Time for target practice. Finally, a little flavour.
That's hilarious, bro.
Sure you
Oh,
know
watch
what
me,
you're
Tom.
doing? Someone's been hiding the goods.
The goods. Just have this. What the fuck? Where did we go? It's basically just like a 1v1 versus or a 2v2 with like you get like cards, and the cards will give you like a new gun or an ability. It's okay. Oh man, I got new cards. I should have been able. I should have left. It's okay. It's a humble bundle game. You know what I mean? It's not anything like. I don't know if I'd buy it for the squad. You know what I mean? But you could see. Oh, what the fuck is this level, dude? I'm in Mad Max. What in? Oh my god! No, I'm still trying to understand the level. What's going on here? There you are. Okay. Okay.
Bulletproof. Well, now we're
Maybe
stuck in this
KO.
together.
It's got some like interesting concepts. I assume whoever knows the game the best and has the best cards will be the one who wins. Ooh. See, I wish I knew how much health they had there.
This kitten's got claws.
Oh. That.
You're a tasty treat, boy. Thank you. Thank you. Tasteless.
I want to see their deck. There's like nothing telling me like why I'm losing. Oh, they have vampire bullets. That's why. See, yeah, I think there's certain cards that you're gonna have to like suffer to get, basically. Like the experience, like if I were to like play with bots, the experience is like negligible as to like if it were to be like if I were to just keep playing those people, it doesn't matter. You're in a car, bro. It's a cute game, though. I like it. Oh my god, I'm dying right now. So, in theory, we should just be able to make a deck with only a couple weapons in it and always get a good weapon, basically. Balancing wall. Wow.
Let's go to the purchase part of this process. Shall we? See anything else you like?
And the more you get of one card, like, the more you'll see it too. Or like, the better it is too, so. I want to know how it put me in the road, though, like in that Mad Max level. That shit was crazy.
Friends versus friends.
Here we go!
Ready to hoist?
Yeah, bro.
Here's a tasty treat for ya. High caliber.
Hack it up!
One thing that's crazy about this game is you can, like,
we're in rough waters now.
he'll be sidestepping, and what happens is, like, it'll, like, go through his leg, basically. And, like, not hit.
John doesn't measure up.
Alright, that's a cool game. I'll probably come back to it, but I can't play this for a long period of time. I had like 6 levels and it's like 10 minutes I've been here. But that is cool, so. New duck? No. I wonder how frequently he could put out a new fucking duck DLC and like maintain making money. It's so crazy for me to think about. Why is it so fucking cold? I'm about to close this door. What do you mean? Hold on. Okay, that game was weird. That was a weird ass game. I don't know what I expected. SCP. Oh, hey, that's a good point. I have to go find it somewhere in the bedroom. Probably in the corner. Bro, sad news for Rubidia. It's not gonna get any more updates. It's a really great game in a solid state where it's at, but any roguelike could, you know, benefit from continual updates. You got crunchy souls like combat no 2D. This looks racist, bro. It looks so fucking alarm.
What you're about to witness is top secret information. Foundation.
Since this is my first real SCP project, you got any advice for me?
Keep your head clear and follow orders. I hope it works out for you, Carl. Good luck.
You're wondering what happened to like all the copy pastas. I think they all pretty much like mitigate into SCP stories, all the good ones, all the good writers anyway. Like, you can see that translated into a lot of different games.
Jason Carter is a death row inmate. D503 heard the call, but then he encountered an incident.
SCP-239 is now a ticking time bomb. She could go off at any moment.
When you feel scared, just close your eyes.
What the hell is that?
Where is the black box?
Looks like something bad happened here.
I'm Carl Ostap. This is way beyond anything I imagined.
If you encounter an anomaly, run. Because that's the only thing you can do. Welcome to the Foundation, rookies.
It's okay. I don't know if it's I want to play this at midnight by myself. Like, sort of try this out, but I might be playing Signalis, which is even scarier. Alright, if I get scared, you gotta save me from the scary German words. Rose engine. I'm actually so scared of Germans. I bought this game just to scare myself, because I know Germans are out there. Gonna go buy my lesbian. Spart? What in hell? This is a scary game. Any game that fucks with my color, I'm already scared. Octon. Well, you're gonna learn something playing this game. How about that? I'm not the type of person to pass up any sort of knowledge, so if I pass a sign that says, just speaking, chicken, start talking, I'm gonna look up what it means. Understandably so. 9, 7, 6! Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna have to cut off this overhead light after I smoke. Damn, that's fucking dark. I can't see. All the way, all the way, all the way. Oh, let's say fun. I remember. You'll regret this later. We're voting. Well, match the room hue. I'm truly scared by, like, I won't say scared, but red lighting just is eerie to me. So when things are like red, I'm like, oh my god, what's going on? I wish I could think that the lizards were just sleeping. I need to get a lizard in my life. This game sells a lot on red being a impulse beerful color. I got yeah. Hey, those are the money fish. I don't feel anything besides the need for more money. Look, man. Here's fucking weird German. I already got open Google Lens. Keep records. Everything recorded. Remember what wasn't covered happened to me. Jesus fuck. No, that's not what that said. Be careful. Be considerate of your neighbor. Everyone can do digs. Whoa. Lady, what are you doing? No, sorry, you should leave this place. This facility is lost. Go away. I'm looking for this woman. Have you seen her? I don't know. She might be one of the workers. Uh-oh. She's still alive. She's up down there. That says mine in the middle of the screen. Can you die elsewhere besides in the fucking doorway? What up, cat? gun, my favorite. A key card. Mid. Hey, look at this out. Papers. I hate paper. Gotta put yeah. Spooky dookie. Okay. Sit your ugly ass down. Whoa. Night the you don't belong here, dude. You should be careful. There's something wrong in this place. I don't know what happened, but it's probably dangerous to go any further. That's okay. I understand. I have something I need to do too. Okay. We go into more. Shoot. Oh. Yeah, I'm reading the dictionary. You mind if I study the dictionary real quick? I need my bullet. I'm looking that shit up. Bruh. I'd be so lost. Okay. Alright, look. Class in Zimmer. That means classroom. What the fuck? Horrifying. cranking Boogle, bro. What the fuck? Bro, how the fuck does Krankenblugel means hospital ring? Wing. Bro. Wartunsunding. Bro. Oh my god, my head's spinning. My watch is beeping. I know it's an hour early. Holy fuck, this goddamn crazy king. Beep beep. Cricket Plugal, bro. Oh my god. Any like scariness that the game had just fucking goes out the window. I see a German word, I'm like, bring out the sausage. I gotta save. I gotta find a save point. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Do I even want to look up the other words and what they mean? They're farting pooping, goddamn, it's too much. Oh god, workers' quarters, that's where we'll go. Anywhere, take me anywhere. Make a do. Oh, they're locked. Fuck. What's that? A key. Where did I see a keyhole? Wartungslat, which means maintenance hatch, bro. What in the hell does all this shit mean? Oh no. This is not only a regular lock, this is a fucking German lock. Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think I can pick a German lock. Maybe a regular lock. Yeah. death warrant. Bam! Too much German, too many lock picking. I don't feel like picking a lock right now. Whew. Crazy game. What is this? Please don't be loud. Please don't do it. Well, that game's more like, driven towards the more like, I don't know, it's kind of like suited to be like a old Resident Evil style experience, and then there's gonna have like a new neurotic style puzzles, like it's gonna show you like a piece of a lock, and then you're gonna have to just replicate that off like looks alone, you know what I mean? I'm too tired to deal with this shit right now. I've gotten a bunch of games that I just wanted to crack into in the Humble Bundle recently, so I'm not sweating. I actually did buy that, so that's something I'll come back for. Soldier. Even if it's just to like laugh at haha funny German word, you know what I mean? Boop. Why does this look so washed out? If I didn't like get really high before playing that game, it probably would have made more sense. And I probably would have been like more ready to interface with it, you know what I mean? I don't know what this game is, so. I can't turn the light. Try restarting my phone, maybe that has something to it. Who are these nerds? Got sword. I'm a Valkyrie. IRL. Hey, look, there are some really good things to come out of German culture, such as Wolfenstein, you know, maybe a literal Stein, maybe the shape of a sausage, I don't know. Why the fuck are these hoes talking so much? I don't care. Funny wieners say, hey look, that's all I got. Quick, name your favorite fucking German thing other than David Hasselhoff. Hey, do I want to be an archer, a caster, or a scout? You got it, boss. I can't change it. That's it. Oh, everybody's going into the fray. Let's get it. Huh? How do you can well, shadow step, right? Oh, beautiful. Read. West. Never okay, so spider layer, I'm going to spider layer. Alright, let's party. Huh? That fucking Valkyrie, I knew she was gonna make me fall. Yeah, punch that tree. Yeah. Whoa. Oh, no, the controller's vibrating. When I get hit beside me, oh no! Sir. I I don't want to use potions. Lady, that boob armor must have cost a fortune. Oh my god, what in the fuck? Why am I being attacked by a furry? Why am I not shooting? Hello? The controller fucking me up. Every time I get hit and shit. Alright. Nice start. Hey, look lady. My fucking controller was over here giving me the business. Can you fuck off? Come down here, I wanna fight you instead. Well, where the fuck did it go? Well, I'll be honest, I look cool. Oh god, everybody's scared now. Good call, Caster. He's fun. Oh my god. Okay. The little spider babies. That was cute, but that wasn't. Not the spikes. Remember that. Look at these two holding to each other, mackerel and grouper. What y'all over here doing? Bro, that's so fucked up. You die and it just shows you your hat. Go look at your hat. Looking at this. This is a cool game. I like it. I'll be back. You know, I thought about it, and Squish is the perfect size to fit in that glam bag, or that glamite bag. I just fold her on her side, zip her right up, take her right with me. I keep like zoning out really high. I'll look up see if there's any secrets about this game. Nah, it's not something I could like look shit up on. Kissed it. Oh, I'm playing on a hard difficulty. That's why. Come on. It's not easy dealing with those spiders as a caster, I'll be honest with you about that. Spider layer map. Oh, this game's fucking hard, dude. Wow. Funny little fucking game. Didn't expect it to be a challenge. That's cool, dude. I like that. Huh? I need help learning how to do my asset a little bit better. Let's go. There we go. Disaster. Come on. What? They said that the caster was high damage, but I'm not seeing it. Yo. There we go. Oh. Want to tank damage, I don't want to dodge it. Oh god. Panic. Bomb time. Nya, nya, nya. Oh my god. Okay. Good talk, buddy. Okay, it hurt me. Click, click. I like how he gave me bombs. Okay. Not very indirect, but I understand. had no clue what the fuck I'm supposed to do there. But I'll tell you what I'll do. Give up. What a weird little game. Huh?
So you're playing Ghostface and a survivor drops a pallet. What do you do?
Ghostface.
Hello friends, this is Odds, and today I present you the Ghostface Brute Force build. This is a combination of perks and add-ons that makes playing this killer extremely simple. So easy that a caveman could do it. Let me explain. So essentially we have the Olsen wallet, which will make us have our power back every time we break a pallet or a wall. And we will be doing this constantly. If we don't stalk people perfectly, doesn't matter, we just keep chasing them. We'll break pallets and walls and keep stalking them until they're 99 or fully stalked and we down them. It will take shorter to do this because we also have the Philly add-on that makes stalking a little bit faster overall. We will be breaking walls and pallets faster with Brutal Strength, which will also apply to gens. Every time we kick a gen, we will apply Eruption. Very strong perk that just makes gens go back and makes survivors useless. You'll know about it. And also have North Hide trigger, which will show us the auras of people around us so that we can get on to the next chase, which is really, really handy. These auras also will last longer because of the secondary effect of Lethal Pursuer. And Lethal Pursuer will also help us understand where to go at the start. That's it. That's the build. You follow people, you chase people, you break pallets. If you see a gen, you kick it, get back to people. That is it. It's so simple. If you don't like Eruption because it's unfair or it gets nerfed, Call O'Brien or Oppression or other perks are completely fine. And if you don't have all of these fancy licensed perks, that's fine. You could have a build like this that is relatively similar and only uses non-licensed, easily available perks. So now that you know how it works in theory, let's just test it out in practice. Shelter Woods. Wow. Well, that's probably a simple map for a simple build. Yeah, this is kind of perfect. Not a ton of windows in this map. It's typically down to like a few pallets, and sometimes it really is just a few. I do think this girl's sent me though. Wait, no, she hasn't. In that case, maybe we try to do this. Well, that is just... Wait, they have 2 balloons? It's like she still made it. Alright, that's fair. Sure thing. Hooking in the open, I mean, it's a double-edged thing. You can be revealed, but... Hey, hello. I might just do... Because they don't have a lot of medkits, these fellas, I might just do an M1 and just move on. Yeah, see if they took over these gens that we saw them spawn nearby. Hello. Sure. What do we think about this? Nice, good enough. Other person went far away. Very far away. Wow. Well, that's easy to remember. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cancel my own power so that they cannot reveal me. And I'll just get my own power with something. Is that self-care on you? That must be self-care on you. Do I really care though? No, let them heal. These two guys are vulnerable. Yeah, let them get back to that gen and everything. If they heal each other, even better. As long as I can... Hold up. Well, well, well. This would be really bad normally, see? But... Oh. I think she's happy to just give me that. Alright, fair enough. We'll take it then. Would have been nice if we dropped it. That way we could have just gotten our power back immediately. This must be Jill, by the way. No, my nemesis. My worst enemy. Now I don't even see where she went, but I mean, we can kind of tell. It's just that she's not...
Damn, he's a really good killer. That's crazy.
Right now, if that makes any sense. I think it makes more sense to go for one of the aces. Please don't call me out. Oh, Spine Chill users, Kappa. Okay. I think I make it. He'll just that hard this. Yeah. Goodness. That's quite a lot of stuff going on. Ouch, sorry. Basement's an option. I think I'll just do the simpler one. Get back to the gems. Oh, what do you know? Our curiosity has been rewarded. Coming here had an upside. We found the other totem. Cool! Cool, cool. We've destroyed 3 totems. Well, no, actually 2.5. And 2 survivors. The totems are as much my enemy as survivors are. I don't recommend you try to win stair battles with Ghostface. But this will be the one time where I indulge. Because I'm out. Hiya! Wait. What's going on? You don't make that, lady, do ya? You have that heart too. Oh! I was so expecting it! So expecting it. Oh, but she didn't vault it. Do you think she has it? That would be crazy if she did, right? Alright, look, we're gonna do a little trick. A little trick called I suck at this. Alright, good enough. Right. Now, just because we get our power back, it doesn't mean we have to trigger it right away. So, I get it back, but I'm not gonna trigger it right away. Maybe they operate under the knowledge... Wait a minute. Yeah, maybe they think that I don't have my power available. Oi! I had to do it twice, it turns out. Vault back. Nice. Wait a minute. Dude, that's so unlucky. That's so unlucky. We marked someone in the distance. But to be fair, that's 60 seconds where they're not gonna be in our nose, I guess. Another boon. Alright, cool. Sure, why not? I mean, to be fair, they've done 1 gen. Like, it's not like the boons have come for free. Like, they have had to waste a lot of time. I'm being stared at from so many different directions. It's barely even funny. Damn, dude. Maybe he has resilience or something. And he thought he was safe there. That's unlucky. Oi. Heavy ace. Okay. Took a little extra second to pick him up. We can go kick that for the eruption and the stuff. Why not? Now we have a full reset. If they heal, and I'm sure they will, we are in a position where no one is vulnerable. No one's even stalked a little. Wait a minute. Did I just see someone there? Like, when I use my power? I sure did. These trees are stupid. Don't worry, that Jill's not the one that came off the hook, so she's not being tunneled or anything. She's the one that we failed to hook. Yeah, they put these trees... Like, Macmillan never used to have this many trees, but they added a bunch of extra trees when Ghostface came out so that he could lean and hide around them better. But most of them are so tiny that he can't even lean around them properly. Like, you don't even get the prompt. Or maybe it goes away too quickly. One thing that's also really sad about Ghostface, if you didn't used to play him, is that Ghostface leaning is... it's server-sided. Oh, wow. He just put himself in a really bad spot. Yeah, okay. there. Whoa, where did he go, buddy? I'm gonna let him be because we're at 4 gens and this feels kind of scum. We're at 4 gens and a half. Feels kind of scummy. He did make a mistake. Maybe he's got decisive. Maybe he's got decisive. I could honestly trust him a bit more. But it's alright. We catch him later. But yeah, Ghostface, when you lean like this, the server has to decide whether or not you're in a position where leaning is allowed. So because it's server-sided, that means that sometimes it's delayed and wrong and very annoying. That didn't work out. Sure thing. They must love Eruption, dude. They must absolutely love this perk right now. But in the past, before dedicated servers were a thing, you ran out of charges. You could lean very reliably because it was client-sided. So your video game itself decided where you could lean. So you could do this, and there was like no tiny delay, no little canceling, no nothing. Nice play though. That was smart. Do you have that heart? You did. I'm happy to give it to you. Oh, not bad. Good job. Let's see if turning my power back on super quickly throws her off. No red stain, no red stain. Boop. Hello. Alright, this game's gonna slip through our fingers though if we don't kill soon. So they gotta go. Oh, that hurts. Sorry about that. But you see, this build is very simple. Like, we never really have to worry too much about stuff. We go, see people. There's almost always something to do, right? You never feel like, oh, you need to wait for this perk too much. Either you kick a pilot, either you kick a gen, either you chase a survivor, mark them, injure them if it's free. You're always doing something, and that something leads to something else, which feels pretty good. What was that? Oh. Oh, someone else revealed me? Okay, cool. I would drop that. You are crazy. You are crazy. You must have the biggest dead hard. What? Alright, no, never mind. He has hope at 2 gens. Handy? Don't do that, dude. Do not run in circles. Like, I think the other survivors had a better idea. You can try to reveal Ghostface from, like, behind a log. Like this girl did. Like that, right? That was much smarter. That was much smarter than just going in circles. You go in circles, you give me a free 99 on you, which makes your boon, your medkits, you know, your self-care useless. Well, yeah, I can't believe I called out self-care earlier when it was obviously the boon area. Now in retrospect, that was silly. No one runs self-care anymore. And it used to be the #1 perk. Yeah. The way things change, huh? Alright, I think it is your time to die this time. It would be a normal hit, though. Okay. How confident am I playing Shaq, though? Wow, that guy just had the best guess of his life. I don't think this will work on him, will it? Nah, likely not. Yeah, he just knows. He just knows. Wait a minute. I'm gonna try. Hold up. Maybe he doesn't see me. I can hear him pant. He just waits at the right places. All right, now you gotta give it to me. That's it. That's all we were hoping to do. Just get rid of that. This ballot he dropped and we broke. I remember. We could have done better. We could have done better. We could have avoided that window, to be fair. Alright, well, looks like we're gonna have to leave him. Hello. That feels pretty bad, doesn't it?
Spelunky's impossible. There's no beating that game.
Spelunky 2 is a game that I will never, ever finish. Not in a million years. And statistically speaking, neither will you. Now, that sounds like a weird thing to say about a critically acclaimed sequel to one of the best roguelikes ever, and one of my top games of this year. But it's basically true. In case you didn't know, Spelunky 2 is the highly anticipated sequel to Spelunky, a brilliant platformer roguelike created by Derek Yu, a game that is legendarily hard, and the sequel is no different. You can defeat the Dwelling, vanquish Volcana, implode the ice caves, and trounce the boss waiting in the 6th level of the caves, something that is no small feat, and you'll still be nowhere near to actually seeing the true ending of the game. To properly complete Spelunky 2, you'll have to go to a bunch of secret areas, use hidden items in obscure ways, and beat a truly obscene number of levels without dying once. Needless to say, it's pretty hard to do. As of writing, only a handful of incredibly dedicated people have managed to claim the dubious honour of getting to Spelunky 2's final ending. However, in spite of that fact, I think the game's approach to difficulty is actually spot on, and that it's part of a wider trend of allowing as many people as possible, from experts to total noobs, to experience games as they were meant to be played. See, for the longest time, the difficulty of video games has been more or less completely out of the hands of the people playing them. This makes sense in theory. After all, it allows developers to personally calibrate the intended level of challenge of their game, allowing players to have the best possible experience. That said, in practice, things are a little bit more complicated. Because players are going to be coming into games with different levels of experience and wildly varying levels of skill, they run into the classic Goldilocks problem. For every player that thinks the difficulty curve is just right, there are going to be 2 more who think it's too easy or too hard. Through absolutely no fault of their own, it's impossible for developers to account for the playstyles, level of experience, and accessibility requirements of every single player that's going to pick up their game, which, unfortunately, leads to people getting less out of otherwise great games than they potentially could. I can't count the number of times I've locked myself into a game's normal difficulty, only to realise that I really should have been playing on hard the whole time. Or, of course, the opposite scenario, but let's ignore that in favour of the one that makes me look good, yeah? So, what's the solution here? How can games make difficulty settings that are applicable to every single player? Simply put, they can't. What they can do, however, is offload some of that responsibility from the developers and onto the players, allowing them to customize their own experience and ensure the game is at the exact right level of challenge for them. I call this approach granular difficulty, because rather than having several discrete tiers of difficulty, games utilizing a more granular approach are instead filled with lots and lots of tiny decisions that can modulate the challenge of a game on the fly. This way of doing things has a variety of benefits, from giving players a much smoother transition into mastery, catering to multiple different playstyles at the same time, as well as creating legendary challenges worthy of only the most dedicated players, while still letting the rest of us plebs have a complete and satisfying experience. But I'll get back to that later. Spelunky does all this and more. The game is filled with different ways to either make the game easier or push yourself towards greater and greater challenges. One of the most obvious ways the game does this is through the shops. Spending treasure collected over the course of play can nab you extra health, helpful items, and restocks of your supply of ropes and bombs. But treasure is also your score at the end of the run. For new players who are just trying to progress as far as they can spend money to give themselves a much needed helping hand on their adventure, by buying a hover pack which helps with platforming, or a shotgun which can obliterate most enemies, whilst experienced players are encouraged to spend as little as possible to maximise their score, or even become a shop-robbing criminal, which spawns powerful shopkeeper enemies, making the game much, much harder. But Spelunky's approach to granular difficulty doesn't end there. Players of all skill levels are challenged to push their limits and accept extra risk bit by bit, slowly improving their skills at the game. For example, a ghost urn spawns in every level and will always contain a very valuable diamond, but when broken, they summon the insta-killing ghost. Valuable idols are guarded by devious traps, and pets can give you a precious hit point if you escort them to the end of the level, but have a nasty habit of wandering off and dying. If a new player wants to be cautious, they can safely ignore any urns, idols, or things they come across. But if they want the extra cash to buy a big box of bombs, or a safety net for when they're exploring a new area they're not familiar with, they're going to have to test their platforming and planning abilities, either by outrunning the ghost, dodging traps, or safely transporting their new friend to the end of the level, learning valuable skills in the process. Xenoblade Chronicles uses this approach with its unique enemies. Dotted around every map are some ultra-hard boss monsters that are often way harder than the story ones at the same level. These guys serve as optional tests of mastery and deadly lessons for players who want to really test their skills. If you've yet to master the art of timing Shulk's Monado shield move to negate special abilities, then this big, angry lizard, Reckless Godwin, will knock your entire team over and then make mincemeat of you while you can't fight back. This is a technique you won't really need until much later in the game, but for players who want that extra challenge right now, and the prestige of taking down the game's toughest challenges, they can fight these guys whenever they like, leaving newer players to tackle them when they feel ready, or just skip them completely and get on with the story. By nesting difficulty settings within games themselves, we can do away with traditional, clunky, easy and hard modes. Instead, developers can focus on making a single ideal difficulty curve that can be adjusted by players to suit their preferences. Many modern platformers engage with this idea already. Things like Red Rings in Sonic Generations, Off the Beaten Path Moons in Mario Odyssey, and Hidden Coins in the surprisingly good Yooka-Laylee sequel offer optional challenges for experts that reward them for finding secret areas or performing feats of platforming that new players can more or less ignore. For this reason, I found it's usually more effective to reward players who choose to make the game harder with prestige or the opportunity to play even harder levels, rather than power-ups and extra lives, as the only players likely to be going after these challenges are the very people who neither need nor want second chances or a helping hand. Celeste is probably my favourite recent example of this. The game is intentionally hard, but just completing the mandatory levels to see the ending is usually fairly manageable, because the game's checkpointing is incredibly generous, there are no lives, and respawning is almost instant. If you want to challenge yourself though, you can go off the beaten path to find strawberries, cassettes, and crystal hearts, all of which unlock completely optional levels that really test your mastery of the advanced mechanics and the full extent of the level design possibilities. The great thing about Celeste's mini challenges is that they often lead to players of varying skill levels playing the exact same screen in totally different ways. Take this section of the Celestial Resort. Players not looking for strawberries have to contend with climbing up these surfaces which turn into evil gunk after you step on them, boosting over to nab the crystal, and then landing safely. Experts who want the strawberry, however, need to loop back on themselves and do the middle section twice, meaning they'll need to leave safe gaps in the floor to hop between.
Celeste is a platformer I want to play, but it's gonna be like super Meat Boy tier bullshit.
Speaking of layers, Spelunky 2 works much the same way, with players being able to choose exactly how much of a given level's challenge they want to engage with at any given time. Take the game's third world, for example. World 3 is known as Olmec's Lair, home to the original boss of Spelunky 1, and your encounter with him is going to mean vastly different things depending on your skill level. For new players, simply getting to Olmec is a cause for celebration, even if you probably will get squished almost instantly, because he represents the game really taking its gloves off and acts as a long-term goal to set your sights on. For those who've worked out how to fight Olmec, namely luring him into a stomp attack so he smashes through the floor, they get to briefly feel like a champion until Olmec turns into a crazy, terrifying, bomb-spewing robot of death. Not only is this a great surprise for people who've played the first game, Olmec's second phase is a clear call for new players to beat a hasty retreat and go to the Tide Core, a fairly beginner-friendly level based around water and enemies with long-ranged attacks. Choosing to stick with Olmec and fight his second phase, however, means you can blow up a path to the third level of his arena, which leads you to an alternate version of World 4, the Temple. Because getting to the Temple requires beating Olmec's much harder second phase, more experienced players who do manage to reach it are rewarded with a throwback to the original game and a slightly harder level filled with more insta-kill traps, but also more cool rewards, such as Anubis' insta-kill wall-hacking scepter. But that's not all. Spoiler warning for secrets in Spelunky 2's World 3, skip here if you'd like to avoid them. If you're really good at the game, you can choose to fight Olmec's third phase, which is a mix of the two previous ones, ride him into the lava at the bottom of the level, and enter one of these hidden doors, granting you access to the Ankh, a super secret item that will resurrect you from death. Not only is this a great reward for fully mastering Olmec's Lair, but players who manage to grab the Ankh are offered yet another granular choice. Use it as intended for a second chance, or spend its reviving powers to solve a hidden puzzle of both the Tide Core and the Temple, unlocking even harder optional levels. What I like most about Olmec's Arena is that it is literally organized into layers, with deeper levels being built with different types of player in mind. For For new players, Olmec's first stage is a climactic battle and a test of your wits that marks the end of the game's introductory levels. Intermediate players need to expand upon their experience in order to choose which version of World 4 they want to go to, and experts can face Olmec's ultimate optional challenge in order to get a secret item. Over and over again, the game asks you just how much difficulty you want to take on at any given time, and makes no judgment of the player either way. You can actually reach the end credits of Spelunky 2 without having to fight Olmec's second or third phases at all. By dividing the battle with Olmec, and by extension its difficulty, into interwoven layers like this, players who want an easier time aren't punished for chickening out, but equally, players who choose to push their luck are given a bonus challenge that feels like an organic, natural progression on what they've already done, rather than an arbitrary difficulty spike. A large flaw of traditional difficulty models is that players often want different things out of a game, but easy, medium and hard difficulty modes end up conflating the desires of those who pick them. Players who want a challenge and test of their skills are more often than not looking for a fair fight against intelligent foes, not these same dumb baddies but with less margin for error. In the Halo games, bumping up things to legendary doesn't make the enemies smarter or meaningfully change their tactics or gear, it just makes them hit way harder and take more shots to kill. This doesn't really make the game any more skillful or deep, it just increases the necessity of fairly degenerate strategies like the plasma pistol point-blank sniper wombo combo. This is broadly fine for completionists who just like collecting achievements, but players looking for a worthy challenge are going to come away disappointed. Similarly, the types of players who pick easy or narrative mode might just want to experience the story, explore the world, or have a power fantasy with a minimal barrier to entry. This is fine until you consider that the intended experience of most games is predicated on some degree of tension and emotional stakes, something that is all but removed in lazily designed narrative modes, meaning only people looking for a big power trip are going to get what they actually came for. People who are new to games, or those who have disabilities, deserve to be able to play the same game as everyone else, not be forced to choose between an objectively inferior, borderline insulting experience and a level of difficulty that prevents them from playing at all. Granular difficulties, however, give players the opportunity to decide precisely how much challenge they want to deal with, and by extension, what kind of experience they want to have. Hades is a game that does exactly this, letting new players experience the complete narrative and also letting experts get their teeth stuck in without compromising on story or challenge for either. In Hades, you gain power between runs by throwing crystals at this big expensive mirror to level up various talents. Luckily, the game avoids repeating the mistakes of games like Rogue Legacy, which forces players to grind for ages just to have a chance of progressing, by front-loading all the most useful talents and making them available without needing to unlock them, allowing proficient players to get most of the way to full power in a couple of runs. The later, more expensive talents are focused on support-based and defensive upgrades like extra health or a better chance at rare boons, which give newbies the extra room for error they need to beat the final boss, which is where the real fun starts. Once you've beaten the final boss for the first time, you unlock the Pact of Punishment. More or less, it works like the Mirror of Night in reverse. Instead of making yourself tougher, you make the enemies and the world stronger the more you level it up, causing the game to become way harder. Those little dumb skull enemies that spawn in the first two worlds, well, they become way more dangerous when all enemies ignore the first few instances of damage, and sitting back slowly sniping enemies with the bow is impossible when you're on a strict timer. Did you think fighting Megara in Tartarus was too easy? Well, then have fun fighting all three Harpy sisters at once. Oh, I mean, wait, it's still pretty easy, but you know what I mean. For players who want a challenge, your first successful run of the game is, in essence, the end of the tutorial, and the Pact of Punishment represents the real progression system, even going so far as to undo your progress on the Mirror of Night at certain settings. But for players just wanting to see the story and reach the end credits, however, the Pact is entirely optional, allowing the two different kinds of players to exist in parallel to each other, each enjoying the game in their own way. Now, I promised I'd tell you why you wouldn't beat Spelunky 2 anytime soon, and its ultra-hard endgame works the exact same way, but it kinda turns everything up to 11. Despite a well-earned reputation for being tough, Spelunky 2 provides players of all skill levels and playstyles a bunch of opportunities to play the game their way, and end each run feeling as if they've accomplished something. Even if they're nowhere near good enough to actually beat the game, newer Spelunkers are given loads of smaller, more manageable goals, each of which feels like a journey to mastery all of their own. First and most obvious in this department is the Tunnel Lady, returning gender-flipped from Spelunky 1, who offers new players little mini-quests like bringing a particular item or amount of money to her so that she can build a shortcut to that floor. By focusing on these objectives, instead of the bigger picture win, newer players can gradually chip away at the game without having to bash their face against the dwelling every single time. This is helped by a much greater variety of biomes and level features this time around for exploration-focused players to discover and challenge-focused players to jump right into, keeping things fresh as they slowly master areas that were once intimidating. Instead of running away from the Quillback, players can try to kill him for some free bombs and health, they can try experimenting with idle traps like this lava one, and even start to explore riskier, longer-term strategies like Kali Altars. Spelunky 1's soft time limit of 2.5 minutes has even been boosted to 3 for the sequel, giving new players time to explore and fulfill those personal goals rather than being forced to rush blindly into oblivion. Sure, new or more casual players just trying to win as best they can will probably miss out on those chains of secret items and areas that lead to the cool hidden endings. But for players just looking to explore and gradually work their way towards a regular win, that stuff doesn't really matter. Instead, Spelunky 2 gives newer adventurers a constant breadcrumb trail of new discoveries and fun stories to keep them engaged as they gradually get to grips with the game's intricacies. As Derek Yu himself says in his book Spelunky, how do you convince a kid to take the training wheels off a bike? Simple. You don't actually need to, because bikes can be ridden faster and with more control once the training wheels are off. Once players have beaten the game, a whole new world of possibilities opens up to them as they realise now that just beating the end boss is by no means the end of Spelunky 2. No. A massive series of item quests beginning with the Wadget Eye in the dwelling and ending with making a new friend in World 6 gives you an entirely new level to explore after beating the regular ending, complete with an entirely new end boss. But wait, there's more. How about doing all of that whilst also protecting a precious eggplant, obtainable by sacrificing a present to Kali and opening up a whole new set of secret objectives that you've also got to do on the way to the secret ending, unlocking yet another secret area. But wait, there's more. If you manage to do all of that, including managing to collect a bunch of items from the Moon and Sun Trials, you can unlock the game's final and greatest challenge, something that I won't spoil, but let's just say it takes about 3 hours and a lot of patience to beat. Just when you think you've got the game figured out, Spelunky 2 opens up an entirely new tier of difficulty that completely recontextualizes your understanding of the game. For noobs just dipping their toe into World 2, this bow hidden in the Moon Trial is a helpful item that helps to recoup the $10,000 price of entry to the minigame. But for players looking to face the game's ultimate challenge, not only do they 100% need to grab the bow, they also need to bring it to the very end of the game. And that means utilizing an entirely new hidden mechanic that regular players might not even realize exists. Spelunky 2 allows you to keep upping the stakes until you're at a difficulty level that's manageable for you, with almost limitless potential upward growth for those who want it, whilst letting people like me who are having a hard enough time with beating the normal ending reliably feel like they're still winners and like they're not missing out on the real experience, because theirs is equally important. And I think it's this that is the biggest strength of granular difficulty modes, allowing people to have their own experience of a game without being funneled into a particular approach or invalidating their playstyle. Summoning friends in Dark Souls to beat bosses makes the game substantially easier, but it doesn't make your triumph over its big scary bosses feel any less awesome. Speedrunning your way to Hyrule Castle for the thrill of fighting a fully powered up Ganon in Breath of the Wild is only possible because the game trusts players to know what they're doing and to have fun their own way. And using robots in Factorio to ignore the late game logistics or making inefficient spaghetti conveyor belts doesn't mean you've played the game wrong, so long as it was just as challenging and interesting for you as an expert would find a perfectly balanced Kovarak setup. Also, for those players who really need it, modes like Celeste's Assist mode or Hades' God mode are great too. That's because they allow disabled or brand new players to boost their chances and have
Bro, you can slow down Celeste. I had no
These
clue.
modes aren't cheating unless you've used them when you don't really need them. For those that do, these options allow players to experience games as they were meant to be played. Granular difficulty modes aren't universally applicable, but I think with some care and attention, they can make games more accessible for those who want to give them a go, while also allowing master gamers to face challenges truly worthy of their time and attention. And there's nowhere better to look for an example than Spelunky 2. Of course, now that I think about it, granular difficulties also let complete noobs justify the fact that a game is too hard for them, whilst also sparing their ego. But you'd have to be some sort of insecure narcissist to do that, right? Oh no. Hey, hello, and welcome to the special after video bit. Wow, this is a long one, wasn't it? Whoa. Anyway, this is the part of
He's gonna show ads. No, I can't pause it real quick. Okay, okay. Huh? How did it see me? Oh. Damn, of all the things. Ah, and you guys. Over there. But yeah. Oh my god, that's a hard game.
Spelunky 2's release date felt like a national holiday. The first game is an absolute treasure and probably my favorite indie game of all time. As far as I'm concerned, Derek Yu is a master of game design. I mean, somehow he took relatively harmless elements like snakes, bats, and spiders, and created an environment where once they interact with each other, it turns into this Rube Goldberg-like chaos that became the game's defining feature.
Wow, what a word.
Like it. It's a showcase of pure mechanics working at their best. And on top of that, you have a fully destructible world just brimming with secrets to find. It's perfect. But this raises an important question. If you wanted to make a sequel, how do you improve upon perfection? Well, make it fresh again. Hey, I'm Snowman. Welcome to another episode of Good Game Design.
Brr, I'm
Let's
cold.
talk about it.
No, it's not.
While Spelunky 2 easily could have simply given us more of the same by adding in a few new enemies and biomes to explore, Eric, the genius that he is, decided that the true potential of a sequel would make players feel the same way they did when booting up Spelunky for the first time. You see, the original was really, really hard, but once you'd played it as much as I did, you started to learn all the ins and outs of enemy behaviors, and strategies that worked more often than not. Yes, it's still random by nature, so things can turn sideways real quick, but these little tidbits became ingrained in my playstyle over time. So a huge part of rediscovering the magic a second time was making sure those meta strategies no longer worked. It's funny because both games control almost identically to each other, and yet all these little changes make them feel drastically different in execution.
Spelunk!
For example, paste in Spelunky 1 was almost essential to have a successful run. It coated your bombs with sticky goo, which made disposing of tougher enemies and precisely blowing up terrain much easier. You gain paste by killing giant spiders, which used to be littered all over the first area. But now those fangy foes inhabit the jungle, which means you can't rely on those sticky bombs early on anymore. Well, I guess you can buy them from the shop, though that is rare. Speaking of which, shopkeepers also behave differently now. Before, once you were skilled enough, it was always a great idea to kill the shopkeepers if their loot was worth the hassle, because gaining a shotgun and potentially a jetpack can lead to an easy win. But those foolproof habits no longer work thanks to bomb bags exploding upon impact, and their movement being altered just slightly enough to even the playing field.
Plus, they climb ladders now, so the black market, which previously ensured you had plenty of bombs if you were robbing, becomes especially hairy unless you play
Robbing.
by the rules. Overall, this means runs are going to be less overpowered, forcing you to get back to Spelunky's roots and try to beat the game in a more traditional way. One of the biggest changes was to the Ghost. This was probably the most divisive addition in Spelunky 1. New players didn't like it because it enforced a time limit to each stage. After 2 minutes and 30 seconds, a giant invincible specter chased you down until you left the area. But again, once you knew how to handle it, you could use it to your advantage by turning regular gems into diamonds, which are worth way more money. But now there are two major differences. After the ghost appears, it eventually splits into two smaller and faster ghosts, making it significantly harder to avoid.
What the hell?
And they also added these pots that contain a single diamond inside, but will instantly summon the naughty spirit when it breaks.
The naughty
Even if you
spirit.
just start
Oh wow. Talk to me.
Hey everyone, Xanagir here. People really seem to like my Cosmic Ocean walkthrough, so I thought I'd make another one to show you how to unlock every playable character in Spelunky 2. Let's get started. Alto Singh is the first character to likely unlock as he is found right after the first boss in the Quelling boss stage. Green Girl is back, and her name is Liz now. Liz Mutton.
Yeah, it's like, we just gotta go! I don't know where,
Keep an eye
but...
out. It should be an easy get. Nekka the Eagle, the ferocious warrior chief, is found in the black market, which you'll need the Ujidai to hunt down. Listen for the sound and bomb it open. He will be above the market in every run.
What?
Lise, the adorable little robot, is similar to Liz in that she is never in a set stage. But look for her over in Volcana, and you'll be sure to find her.
I wanna watch this video now.
I thought I'd make another one to show. Green Girl is back, and her name is Liz now. Be an easy get. Next, Ujidai to hunt down. Listen for the sound and bomb it open. He will be above the market in every run.
Above the market.
The adorable little robot, Canna, which we'll be getting later, area. There, near the Little J. Be sure to Tina Flint, unconsistently healthy and not drowned. He, now known as Valerie, can be found in the temple in a slightly indicate the Ankh from Olmec this time. It's freezing in the ice caves. So go into the Yeti sub area and get her out. You'll to Spelunky. There are two ways to get Pilot from the upcoming Mossmouth game UFO 50. The short way and the long way. If you want to do it the long way, follow the chain with Van Horsing until he gives you the alien compass. The easy way, the door spawned there. Bottom of the ice character gives you the alien compass. If you want to do it the long way, follow the chain with Van Horsing until he gives you the alien compass. It'll lead you into the mothership where you'll find the character. If you want to do it the easy way, just fall 5 blocks from the right at the bottom of the ice cave shortcut until you get lucky and the door spawned there. Aaron, my favorite character, is another one that is found on a random level, this time in Neo Babylon. You know the drill. Find her coffin and get her out. The star of the first game is back, Guy Spelunky. He'll be unlocked when you defeat Tiamat for the first time in the base ending for the game. Dirk, the ninja, is likely a character that will elude you for a while. He is found in the mouth of a Goliath frog in the sunken city. Just sticky the frog once or cook a bomb, and use the enter door button to go inside. Okay. Goliath frogs are not 100% guaranteed to spawn, so this may even take you multiple runs.
No, it's fine.
The final character in the game is the 8-bit classic Spelunky guy from the original 2008 roguelike.
That's very funny.
What's going?
This is really bad. They're gonna be like, do you know?
Spelunky 2 is the follow-up to 2012's HD remake of Spelunky by Derek Yu, which as of 3 weeks ago was my favorite game of all time. As a veteran of the game since the classic version, I was curious coming into the game how it would play comparatively to HD. After 100+ hours so far and tons of secrets unearthed, I've compiled a list of tips and info that both newer and even veteran players may want to know coming into Spelunky 2 for the first time. Keep in mind, none of these tips are major spoilers for the game, and all are just mechanics and gameplay tricks you can use to make the game a better and easier experience for yourself. However, if you want to go in pure, completely unspoiled, do not watch this video.
Bro.
Especially at the end, where I will be covering
Imagine
slightly
the
more
person who's like,
spoilery tips for
I
a bit
cannot,
deeper into the game.
I have to
Thanks
have,
for listening to my rambling. Let us
I have to
know
play
what
Spelunky and not have
Notepad,
spoilers
because none of
ruined.
this is in order. Rule 1 of Spelunky is A, B, C. Always be carrying. Always have something in your hand to easily disarm traps and kill enemies. The critters on the ground no longer trigger traps like in the first game. And keep in mind, you cannot carry bodies or certain larger objects between layers or through doors. But you can carry arrows, rocks, and skulls to the next level. Always be carrying. You are always guaranteed a shop on 1-2 or 1-3 in the dwelling. Utilize this information to prepare on the first floor. Play safely and gather money to spend big on a good shop, or play like me and speedrun the level and rob the bastard. But always prepare to see a shop on the middle floors, and make sure you at least look at what they have in stock, no matter how you decide to approach it. The Ujat Eye is an item recommended for a lot of later game content, similar to the first games, but it's not just useful for that. Always showing up on the wooden hut in 1-2 or 1-3 and requiring the golden key on the same floor, the Ujat Eye shows you gems and hidden items within the world's tiles. Have you ever wondered why there's a random bomb box sitting in the wall? Ujat Eye's got you. Mounts are a wonderful new feature of the game that are a bit divisive depending on who you ask right now, but the World 1 turkeys are incredible for many reasons. You can double jump and get access to treasure for shops, you can float onto spikes like when using a cape, and you can cook them with fire or a bomb to get HP. If lucky on the designated turkey floor with Yang and his turkey pen, you can also get access to the campfire where you can get a torch to cook all the turkeys on the floor. And speaking of cooking, as a great segue, this one is kind of a classic mechanical play, but you can cook bombs in the game to avoid needing sticky bombs. It's a maneuver plenty of people have been using for years in the game. It can take some practice to get used to timing and aiming, but it's a skill worth using and developing in your arsenal. Not much to say here, but basically put the bomb down, pick it up, and toss it at the right time for it to explode when you need it to. Ropes are way more useful in my experience in 2 than in HD. But same as always, you can use ropes in a variety of ways. Throw them up, throw them down, throw them around edges, throw them at the shopkeepers, kill leprechauns and monkeys, disarm traps. Ropes are very good, but remember, they still burn just like in the last game, and you can even burn your own rope to cover up the tracks of your crimes. One of the new mechanics in the game that has both new players and veterans on their asses is the fact that items explode now. More things are destructible. Remember how easy robbing shops in HD was because you could just shoot through everything and kill the world? Not anymore in this one. Jetpacks, power packs, bombs, etc. all interact and explode with each other now. Robbing a bomb store is not as easy as it used to be. Derek changed this to keep veteran players on their toes and approach these situations with better tactics. And trust us, we do.
I don't want to.
Spikes are the bane of everyone's existence in their early hours of playing Spelunky, and even for some of us later into playing the game. But some people still don't realize that you can in fact run straight through them, rope down into them, jump into them from the side, and crawl down into them from a 1-block high situation. Knowing this stuff can help you better avoid unfortunate deaths. However, you will still be killed by spikes. a lot, but less. So there you go. Kali altars are your best friend. Use them whenever you can. Just simply bring a body, alive or dead, and just yeet it onto the altar. Kali has a built-in favor system that ups in favor points. Damsels have the most favor points when alive. One alive damsel grants you a random item. The second alive damsel gets you the powerful Kapala item. You can mix and match damsels and other bodies to reach the goal as well, but keep in mind regular enemies and hired hands are worth less, so you'll need more of them over time. And the community hasn't quite completely figured out all the inner workings of Kali's rewards, so as my advice to you, just play like the rest of us and experiment. Put random crap on it and see what happens. Whipping in Spelunky 2 has been adjusted, and myself and everyone else took ages to get used to it. Muscle memory was not helpful in this case, sadly. Not only is the whip range shorter and the animation takes longer, but the top whip has also been tightened down to be more balanced. Now your whip doesn't reach as far above your character as it used to. However, to counter this, the back whip has been enhanced. The back whip is so valuable in 2 that it's honestly the best way to take care of enemies like bats. Use this to your advantage. Spelunky 2 introduced 2 new status effects, Poison and Curse. Both of these can easily be run enders, but can be combated. Poison will slowly drain your HP one at a time, but it can be healed. I tap that forward arrow on your keyboard a few times to avoid being spoiled on this if you want. Okay, by bringing a damsel alive to the end of a level and leaving, you get a kiss from them. This kiss will cure poison. As for Curse, it can definitely ruin your run. I won't go into the details of how it works or how to combat it in this video, as it is quite a major spoiler, and it can be a massive, massive spoiler for some. But just know you can escape it if you experiment enough, so just keep trying. Now let's get back to those pesky shopkeepers. They've gotten a serious buff since the last game and are even more of a hassle. However, robbing shops and being a crime lord is still a viable and extremely strong way to play if you can master it. Ask me. What it comes down to is learning how to rob them and when to rob them. There are a multitude of ways to go about doing it depending on your comfort levels. You can do the whip technique, the bomb throw, the from a distance way, the rope throw, the kill him with his own wear style, and many more. But the type of shop and where it is located all affects how you go about doing it. Approach every shop as a puzzle and give it a go. It won't always work out, but when it does, it feels wonderful. Now let's talk about throwing. And I'm not talking about throwing a runaway like a sack of potatoes like me. I mean throwing stuff, yeeting. It may seem like a trivial tip to give, but hey, it's a good one and it's necessary for Spelunky. Learning the trajectories and weights of certain items can not only gain you profit, but also save your run. Who knew that throwing could save? Something as simple as throwing a rock around a cliff face to kill that bat or snake can help you out. A technique I call the bounce pass has been a method of my play in Spelunky since I first picked up the game, and it will work well in your arsenal. Get a feel for the items and how they weigh, and use that to your advantage. A new feature in Spelunky 2 is the Ghost Jar, or the Curse Pot, or the Evil Pot, or the Dick Pot, or whatever people are calling it now, that appears once on every stage in the game. And within this jar is a single diamond worth a base value of 5,000 gold that, as with everything else, will scale up in value per level survived. This new pot is both the bane and best friend of many players, because while it contains riches, it will automatically summon the ghost upon breaking. Just breaking it, not touching the diamond. This ghost will normally arrive at 3 minutes to warn you that you're taking too long on a level and will chase you down and insta-kill you. Also, the ghost is significantly faster and slightly tweaked from the last game, but this pot can be carried to the end of a level and broken there safely for the diamond as well. Keep it in mind, other enemies and traps can also break the pot too, so be careful and keep it in your vision when it's there. There may be some other hidden secrets with the pot, but I'll let you all experiment and discover if there are on your own. Arrow traps are back and better than ever. Same as always, they will appear in the worst areas, ready to snipe you from seemingly across the map, right? Wrong. They actually trigger at 6 blocks, but even with this knowledge, they can still be easily avoided with careful play and attention to the level around you. Disarming them, as mentioned earlier in the video, is still the easiest way to deal with them, But sometimes you're, without something in your hand, and in this situation, you should practice your arrow whipping technique and master that. It'll save your life, trust me. And though the traps themselves are mostly unchanged, the arrows are changed now. They now pierce and retain their arrowhead if the enemy that hits are killed. Once it hits something that doesn't die, it'll break. Use this to knock out rows of enemies. Once you make it through the first 3 stages of the dwelling, you'll be met with an interesting level that has a specific design to it. The enemies and loot will always be procedurally generated, but the routes will always be the same. 1 left and 1 right, leading you down to a pit with 4 ladders. And down those ladders you'll see Quillback, or Quill for short. And he's your first boss, and he can catch players off guard the first few times fighting or puzzling him out. Now, you don't need to fight him. You can just bomb through, or have him dig the way out for you and leave. But keep in mind, if you kill him, he drops a cooked turkey and a bomb bag every time. But if you set him on fire or shoot him too aggressively with a shotgun, you'll blow up the bombs. So be careful with how you deal with him. I'll advise you spike shoes and freeze rays are his weakness. Now that you've taken down Quill and are met with a door on each side, you may be curious which one to go into. Derek has stepped up his game this time and added in branching paths. Now it's up to you to choose. Each path has its own uniqueness and challenge depending on what build you're currently running. Personally, I consider left a more challenging pathway on a vanilla run. But now we're going to start talking about potential minor spoiler stuff for the next few tips to round out the video. If you're only wanting early game tips like this and what we've been over, you can skip to the timestamp on the screen or in the description to see the end of the video. Ready? To piggyback off the last tip we covered, the branching paths lead to both the jungle and Volcana. Jungle to the left is a claustrophobic nightmare, filled to the brim with spikes, thorns, hexes, traps. This area caters to a build with either type of boots and bombs more so than the right path. Volcana, on the other hand, is a hellscape of open verticality that is made easier with some form of mobility, a jetpack, a cape, Hulk hands, and plenty of ropes to make it a much easier area to scale. Just be aware that if you have a jetpack or any kind of tech pack, they can ignite there and will explode on you. Starting in Area 2, you'll begin to see little leprechauns running around causing a ruckus. They will jump on you much like the monkeys do, stealing money from you and teleporting away. If you can manage to take one out, they'll drop a new item, the 4-leaf clover. This item on pickup does 2 things. It'll increase the ghost timer to 5 minutes and also spawn a rainbow on the map. Note that it will not prevent the ghost from spawning if the ghost jar breaks, just the natural ghost. The rainbow, once bombed, however, will reveal a pot of gold that can be hit multiple times and broken, giving the player thousands of golden coins. Profitable, but it can be in some hard places. Now, while you're exploring the jungle, you may come across some strange NPCs named Parsley, Parsnip, and Parmesan in small background rooms. These ladies are very important on each run going through the jungle. The Veggie Sisters, as I've named them, are some of the best early game NPCs you can meet on your run. And depending on how many you rescue in a run, you'll receive a different reward on the following area. Each sister appears in the same level every time. Parsley on 2-2, Parsnip on 2-3, and Parmesan on 2-4. So keep an eye out. 1 sister equals a rope pile, 2 equals a bomb bag, and all 3 rescued equals a bomb box. And for those of you who are exploring Volcana, on the other hand, there are some particulars here you may also run into. On every 2-1 Volcana floor, you'll see a back door with a key, and also a pit with a locked door. Within this door, you'll find a familiar face from Spelunky HD, Mr. Horsing himself, and he'll give you a diamond and tell you some foreshadowing information, which we won't necessarily get into on this video. Now, you might be wondering what letting him out will do, and we'll get to that shortly. Just know that if you plan on continuing this path, then taking the time to let him out will be worth it. Now let's talk about that Ujad Eye, now that people who didn't want potential spoilers are gone. What does it do? What can I do with it? In Spelunky HD, it found the black market. Is that still true? Aha, Pilgrim. Indeed it is. But that's not all. Yes, in the jungle you can indeed find the black market in the same way we did in HD. Wait for it to blink, find the blinking, and then bomb. However, this black market isn't its own stage like in HD, but a backstage, so the timer is still going. You do get a clover at the start though, so that's nice, but don't hesitate. For the folks who've been exploring Volcana, on the other hand, and found the giant purple drill, you may have wondered, what does this do? Well, stand on the platform and activate your eye. This will dig through the stage, down to another layer, and another sub-area similar to the Black Market. And welcome to Vlad's Castle, a haunting, organ-booming area reminiscent of the same castle from HD, only grander. Within here you'll find many spikes, arrow traps, a new character, vampires, plenty of hired hands, and also Mr. Vlad himself resting at the top. Now he's much different than when we met him before. He now teleports like the Crocmen. However, you remember that Mr. Horsing from just earlier on 2-1? Yes. If you save him, he will be there and snipe Vlad out of the air and insta-kill him, granting you access to both the crown and Vlad's cape. Unless, of course, Derek blocks his shot, but that's a different story. But don't worry, science was done, and you can indeed kill Vlad with Horsing's arrow and still get the task done. Derek! He missed! No, does that mean I don't get it? Does that mean I didn't do it? Because he missed? What if I kill him with your own arrow? Won't be the last time you see Mr. Horsing, but for now we'll leave him savoring the kill. Interesting note here though, Vlad's cape also had a change made to it from Spelunky HD that many will love. Not only does it act as a double jump and a cape as always, but now it doubles the blood things drop, making it a must-have for Kapala. And last but not least, and probably the most spoilery of all the tips in the video, even though it's available in Area 1, the Dwelling. So turn back now if you don't wish to be spoiled. Click this timestamp or the one in the description. I'll give you a second. On level 1-4, if you remove the majority of the middle blocks either from quill rolling or bombing them yourself, you'll discover a small face mural that might seem very familiar to you astute folks. This is a cursed door and can only be opened to the player arrives cursed. Now, how on earth do you curse yourself this early in the game? Well, you can have the ghost pot drop on you and, well, done is done. Once you're cursed and you get here, you'll be able to enter a small ghost shop with 3 gift boxes costing 20,000 gold each. The loot from my experience is completely random. On one run I got a hover pack, a bag of 12 bombs and ropes, and a Kapala of all things. But the other time I just got a web gun. I haven't tested if the loot pool is always similar like a 3-shell Monty or not, but just know that this little secret is here, and Derek is way too damn good at making games. And that'll just about do it for the video, guys. My main hope for this video was to inform at least each viewer one thing about the game they didn't know, and to just be helpful to my fellow Spelunkers. I know some of the tips are more technical and some are more on the simple side, but I wanted to make sure there was something here for everyone. As a Spelunky veteran myself, I'm still getting surprised by the game every day I play it. And I cannot wait to continue unlocking the world and mechanics that Derek has made for us. So hit that like button, comment the tip that you learned from the most, and subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Lastly, I'd just like to thank Derek Yu for continuing to prove why he's my favorite developer. Thank you, Derek, and I'll see you guys next time.
Hey, we're back playing more Spelunky 2. Last episode, Cosmic Ocean. This episode, daily challenge today on January 22nd, 2023. Cosmic Ocean.
Derek Hughes just as bad as Edward McMillan. What you talking about?
Feel like I have a brand new.
Hey everyone, Xanagir here. Spelunky 2 has been out for nearly a full year, and I've made over 180 Spelunky videos in that time. I started doing this to teach people tips and tricks as well as keep people up to date with the game and the community surrounding the game. With the amount of new strats being discovered slowing down a fair bit, I decided it was a good time to make this video, showing you every single trick I could possibly think of used by speedrunners, score runners, casual players, and everyone in between. This video will feature 44 different strats sorted by difficulty, which will be shown using these Kapalas. I put a lot of love into this video, and I hope you learn a lot from it. If you do, Make sure you leave a comment below and subscribe to my channel for future videos, as well as follow me on Twitch at twitch.tv/Xanagear, where I stream every weeknight and try to be good at speedrunning this very hard video game, Spelunky 2. And now for the strats. Enjoy. Let's start off simple. To easily rob a shop, all you have to do is stand on top of the shopkeeper and use a rope. Make sure you're holding any items you want to wear, like a jetpack, before roping. If you find yourself in the jungle without the U-Jet, you can sometimes use other back layer doors near. If you find yourself want to wear, like a jetpack, and use a rope. Easily rob a shop. Let's start off simple. To easily rob a shop, all you have to do is stand on top of the shopkeeper and use a rope. Make sure you're holding any items you want to wear, like a jetpack, before roping.
Cheap. You just snagged a bunch of them.
If you find yourself in the jungle without the U-Jet, you can sometimes use other back layer doors nearby to teleport straight into it, like this.
How are you doing tonight, Twisty?
There are a few different ways to do this next tech, but this one uses the fewest bombs. Pay attention to the placement of your character's hands, and use the ground texture to line up your bomb. Smash the door entry while on Olmec's head to grab the Ankh without the need of a pesky boss fight. Another Olmec fight, but this time you're actually going to interact with him. This will let you go to temple on low percent runs by using the push block to keep his levitators in reach. This is not the fastest way to do it, so I'll show you another way later in the video that is a bit more difficult.
I'm sorry, bud. I wish I could take your cranky away. Is it what's got you?
This one's simple. Just stand below Tiamat's head and teleport up into her face for a free kill. If you miss, just make sure you land on her shoulder if you don't have a way to prevent fall damage. A somewhat goofy technique, but effective nonetheless. Once you kill Hundun, just fall into the spikes, and as long as you have an Ankh, it'll put you right at the exit. Here's the first strat that isn't speed tech. This will allow you to put hired hands to sleep while they're still holding items. Just drop them from a ledge grab while they're holding an item, and they'll keep it with them even while they're sleeping. Ah yes, the good old crush block chunk and temple. Not a complicated strat or anything, but here's a faster way to do this chunk. Doing Duat runs often leaves us with 1 HP and no way to fall on the altar in the City of Gold. If a leprechaun is within reach, you can let them grab you to stun yourself on the altar. You can also use a broken arrow for this, since there is one available in the Star Challenge from the previous level. Ending the Moon Challenge early can save you a ton of time. All you need to do is use a crush block to break the Matic. This can be done by dropping it next to one and pushing, or placing it under one as it falls.
Is it the cold? The cold has got you. It's got you feeling upset.
This may seem a bit cruel, but killing a salad sister can actually have benefits. Killing one in 2-2 prevents the others from spawning, which can increase the chance of altars and other chunks to 2-3 and 2-4. Robbing the Hedgehog from the black market is simple if you have a telepath. Just grab the clover to guarantee a max distance teleport and hop between shops to stop the shopkeeper from getting angry.
Yeah, definitely. You're right about that. But hopefully, like, just try to think, like, you know, how, like, when we went to the D&B, like, I think if I would have thought that it was gonna be, like, really, really bad, then it was probably gonna be worse. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. They should have actually told you before you went in that, oh, your insurance is not set up correctly or whatever. They should have said something to you, and it's fucked up that they didn't. You know what? I'm gonna kiss fucking Lucy's cheek about it. Hold on. Look, she mad about it too, so got her. Yeah, but they should have still left an email. Any, like, good doctor or, like, dentist would have been like, oh, yeah, you know, well, and then tell you, but...
In the middle, which will allow you to jump up to the Abzu door with a couple more ropes or climbing gloves. Saving barely a second, this is probably the least important.
So that way
strat
you
in the
can
entire
cut
video,
in line
but
when you
necessary for
get
top
it figured
players
out later,
regardless.
hopefully.
If you let the Tiamat scream play out, bubbles will spawn for you to use, but the
Oh my
timer
god,
is
quick, come on. No. Come on, you got cheese,
Find a
dude.
vault below the
Don't do it
Eggplant
again.
Child. You can safely teleport in and
Back
save
over
them
here,
by
leave me alone.
using a bomb or two.
Yeah, if she gave you a personal number, then you should just be able to, like, call your insurance, get it fixed, and then have you, like, butt in line real quick. No.
Now, the video example you'll see isn't ideal, but if you time your Matic swing as you're running off a ledge, you'll be able to dig down much faster. This helps in the Moon Challenge as well. Stealing the Matic from Tun in the Moon Challenge means we have a guaranteed Matic in every run. which is crucial for most speedrun categories. This method is done by placing a bomb outside the door, walking in and stepping to the side immediately, giving you access to the Matic. With this,
Squish is
you will
going
need to deal
absolutely
with ton
feral.
aggro for the rest of your run, so keep that in mind. If you have a telepack, you won't need to aggro ton, since teleporting into the Moon Challenge and stealing the Matic doesn't make her angry for whatever reason. This is the harder version of the Temple low percent strat shown earlier.
I'm eating
Optimal
cheese, I'm
using
not-
two ropes and saving quite a bit more time over the push block,
not gonna lose.
since Olmec breaks through the ground faster.
She's gonna lose. She's not getting her cheese, no. You're talking about the game. Come on, I won!
Here is another Abzu death skip, using a telepack this time. Placing a rope directly above the idol and teleporting just before the lava hits your character will keep you safe. Another skip that requires precise bomb placements. I will link to some helpful images for these skips in the description below, but you can see how I line up my hand with the ground texture before placing the 4 bombs in succession. Back whipping arrows can be incredibly helpful in Sunken City, but can even be used in Dwelling in some situations. Just jump and whip while 1 block away from the arrow trap. Our first of many Cheelin skips in the video, this one is by far the easiest.
This is
once you know
insane.
how to do it. Set up your ropes
Like
to enable
smart
you to reach
insane,
the
like
highest
a
point
bug.
possible. Make sure not to use your jetpack at all before you get on the top rope, resetting it on the ground with the laser. Tap your way up to the top and ledge grab or use a safety rope before hopping through the lasers at the top. Holding a bomb before entering this type of tube allows you to save some time in Sunken City during speedruns.
I think I've got a better chance of beating Norsha than I
Vlad's
do
Castle
beating
having a
Spelunky.
cloven means you are able to do a 100% consistent teleport up to the crown and then back down. Pay close attention to the exact points where I start my teleports.
This is fucking insane. This is the quickest movement I've ever seen in my life, dude.
Placing a bomb in the corner here and quickly whipping the crown will guarantee an easy Vlad kill every time. No teleport RNG.
Alright, this cat's getting bullied. Come on, here. You're going up the jump, W.
Down into Anubis is almost always free.
Why are you
He has
doing
the
this,
tiles
huh?
below him that allow for a safe teleport.
You gotta go somewhere that's not here, sweetheart.
Timing your jump on Osiris's hand with spike boots will allow you to instantly kill Anubis 2 and Osiris, since Spike Shoe's damage scales with time spent off the ground. Placing 4 bombs to the right of Tiamat on the bricks and whipping with the right timing is one of the most efficient ways to kill Tiamat in low percent.
We might need to get her some fucking
For whatever
Valium,
reason,
actually.
Whipped landmine does not count as your kill. So taking a 3-bomb
You
whip
should
followed by a
CBD
single
cheese,
landmine
dude.
will keep your pacifist title at the end of the run. The Shrek Tiamat kill, named after a community member, has you rope, place a bomb 1 block higher, jump, climb up, and throw 3 new bombs, then immediately toss your cooked bomb for the kill. 100% consistent. And it times itself.
CBD cheese.
This
I
whip
want the
rob
cheese,
allows you to
cheese.
save a rope, but is a bit harder to pull off. And
She's
requires
about to
some
be
practice.
real fucking mad because I'm gonna eat another fucking piece of cheese, dude. She's just like, oh, her shaking.
6-3 to be a smaller level, allowing you to save some time. There are a couple ways to kill her, but maticking the guard and placing a bomb is consistent.
She won't let me sleep because I won't give her cheese. She was gonna terrorize me regardless. If I had a cup of water, she was gonna be terrorizing me.
Being very consistent
Stop
as
it.
opposed to regular
Leave
force
me
grabs,
alone,
which
crippling.
unfortunately can kill half your runs through no fault of your own.
Look, you can sit
Bringing
there.
Hundun up the center allows you to hang off the tube on the left and bait the chicken head, repeatedly
head.
whipping it and letting the snake flame it between targets.
Sit in this chair, chicken head, and
After
leave me
the
the
chicken
fuck alone.
dies, you time your whips on the snake with no worry about the flame burn. Once Hundun is dead, you can take the tube on the right up to the top if you didn't allow it to break on the way up.
I'm so confused what's going on right here. He's getting it to kill itself on the spikes and his own fire. Wow.
Staying horizontal with Hundun's heads and being a minimum of 4 blocks away will let you telefrag both of them. This can be dangerous, so make sure you're not going to telefrag yourself. This strat is similar to the egg strat, but it's far more dangerous, as I mentioned before. Sliding under Hundun when they lift up their leg and placing bombs at the right time is easy enough, but if you're doing low percent, the bombs won't be an option, and you'll be forced to resort to whipping all the way up. Easily the most difficult of the Abzu death skips. Cook a bomb,
right here and throw it at the exact moment to break only one block at the top. Jump away, letting one piece of lava drip, and then quickly rope to safety. I do not recommend trying this unless you have no other option.
Wow.
The Cheelin side skip is similar to the middle strat. Reset your pack on the ground before tapping your way up, but this time, be careful with the spark traps and time your landing in a cubby to reset your fuel. Safety rope as necessary. Skipping with flads and climbing gloves is a bit more difficult, but with enough practice you'll have no problem with it. Time your hops along the bottom to make sure the sparks are clear. Climb your way up, and then rope at the right time for a safe jump to the top.
I can't refuse to choose. I'm a bad over. I have no willpower.
Ah yes, the infamous bubble skip. Easily the hardest trick in this video, and something I've still only done a handful of times. There are great tutorials for this that I will link in the description below, but the basics are using 2 ropes to bounce the bubble down and time your way up through the lasers to the top. This can become very reliable, but I'm going to need a lot more practice with it personally. The quad cook saves a second over the Shrek strat, but is much tighter on the timing. I put my hand in a claw formation when doing it since I play on controller, but it's a bit easier with the keyboard. All you have to do is cook a bomb, and as soon as you throw it, immediately follow it up with 3 bombs. The mash check is pretty intense. This tech is essential for high-end score running. Once the ghost splits into 4, you can lure the sad ghost off screen into the abyss of any level to take it out of the equation. It's much easier on ice caves, but it is possible on any level. This strat, on the other hand, is only possible on ice caves, but it is too crazy to not include. If you have climbing gloves and a jetpack, you can make your way to the very bottom of the level, and hang on until your head is just barely visible. Once you are in this position, whip 5 times while holding into the wall, rope down, hop onto your rope, and then climb down to the bottom of it. Of course, this is all being done off screen, so you're gonna have to learn the timing of it, and it's very, very easy to mess up. Of course, this still leaves at least 1 ghost alive for gems, but if you do this before any of the ghosts spawn, you can get rid of all of them entirely.
I think he's lying.
For the final piece of tech, I give you telescanning. CO levels have never been so easy, as long as you have perfect eyesight and a mind faster than a dolphin. If you teleport through the loop, you can get a quick glimpse of the entire level, allowing you to scout for orbs without the need of going into the level itself. I've slowed it down a bit so you can see exactly what I mean here.
Sorry to holler in your ear, fuck.
And that was 44 different strats for Spelunky 2. I think it's safe to say
not
this
quick,
game is a
same
little complex,
again, but
and
in
it
cursive.
hasn't even been a year since release. I genuinely mean it when I say
I want 322 more tips, bro. Come on, come with them. Bullshit.
Hey everyone, Xanagear here. I've had a few people request some tips for playing Spelunky 2. I know there are going to be other videos out there like this, so I wanted to only give tips most people probably still don't know. Some of these will be very high level, so just keep playing, practicing, and learning, and you'll be able to do these for yourself, no matter who you are.
Alright, look.
I'm going to start off with a basic one that I see many players still not doing. Back whipping. The most important thing to know about the whip is that the hit range actually starts one tile up and behind you as seen here. If something is above you, face away and back whip. Back whip orbs in the cosmic ocean. Back whip beetles while you're climbing on chains.
Back with bitches with my dick.
Back whip enemies on ledges above you.
God damn it,
Back
feel it. Fuck!
whip everything. The next tip I want to give is something almost everyone knows at this point, I'm sure, but I think it will still help some of you. If you use a rope to rob the shopkeep in 1-2 by standing on him and using your rope, evade him without doing any damage in 1-3, he will forgive you by the end of the boss stage in the dwelling.
Bitches,
I find that this is essential if you are planning on starting a run with strong 1-2 shop. I'd like to go into more detail on how to evade shopkeeps, but that's probably better saved for its own video.
Okay, we'll do that. I want that
If
video.
you find yourself
I want a
wanting
whole
to
video
dive
about
into
that.
some challenge runs like low percent, you'll need to be able to handle Tiamat with 4 bombs. This is the easiest and most consistent method in my opinion. The first thing you'll want to do is rope under her. Place a bomb on the ground and throw it from the rope as soon as the bomb hits the final spark, as is indicated by the quicker blinking, which I've looped here. Once you do that, rope up to the top of the brick tiles and place 3 bombs in quick succession. Whip the bomb pile when the second bomb hits the second spark. You can see a sort of wave pattern as each bomb ticks. This will take a good amount of practice, but fortunately, the Ice Cave shortcut is perfect for that. Eventually, you're gonna find yourself doing an eggplant run, unfortunately. You've got the Ushabti, and what's that? Why the hell are you awake? Well, I will tell you now that they sleep for precisely 2 minutes, so if you're still walking around in the Ushabti room at 1:30, you may want to go check on the little bugger and knock him back out by picking him up and putting him back down. Here's a tip that'll save you some time. If you ever find yourself tired of doing the moon challenge for the 300th time on your Cosmic Ocean attempts, this is a quick way to escape the godforsaken prison that Toon has locked you into. After you've dug out the bow, just find a crush block that you can approach from above and dig out both sides. Drop your Madoc and push the block for a quick escape. Credit to Tic-Tac-Foe on Twitch for finding this for us. Bomb whipping on Hundoon is something you'll eventually find yourself doing, as not every run has pace. But I more wanted to use this to outline the fact that when you duck and place a bomb, you are always the perfect distance away to whip it. I've seen people scramble left and right after placing their bomb, only to miss the whip and die in a fiery explosion. Now that you know this small tip, you will never make that same mistake.
God damn it.
This is something I see people constantly surprised by. If you sit on the mother statue in 7-1 for 10 seconds, the one you would normally put the eggplant child on, you get 4 HP. Nothing more to it than that. Always a good
bro, oh
heading
god.
into the sun challenge.
I was trying to move that thing, but I didn't
This
push
tip
it out
is
the
a
fucking
follow-up
step.
to
I
my
should have
previous
rolled up
long
on it.
save video. I know a few people mentioned the easier strat of using the climbing gloves to save ropes, so I thought I'd showcase it here. This requires spring shoes, Vlad's cape, and climbing gloves. Follow the steps in the Onk save video, but instead of jumping to a second rope, just hop all the way to the wall and climb to safety. If you don't trust yourself to make it all the way to the wall, feel free to put a rope in between.
Yeah, Albino taught me that one. You can
This is a fun trick that
turn
you can
on
do if
instant
you get an early
restart.
Apollo.
So
Get
if you're
2
the
vampires
type to
gathered
raise
up
and
in
you're like,
one
alright,
higher
this is
hand
for
combo,
understanding it. You know what I mean?
begin
You can just
chucking the
immediately
hired
in.
hand into both vampires against the wall. Vlad's cape will cause them to drop enough blood to heal the other, so
Why
you
my
can
game
do
tap
this
out?
until you have 99 HP, since the vampires will live forever.
Look at his space. Wow, bro.
The last thing I wanted to tell everyone is how easy the
Fucking
millionaire
shade,
achievement
bro.
is due to Tusk's Vault. You have a couple options of getting the remaining money you'll need before Tusk's Vault, whether it's the clone gun that you can use to clone the chests here, or ghost mining a vault in a previous level. Once you have 300 to 400k, 300 if you're killing Tiamat, 400 if you want to be safe and get the achievement without finishing, aka dying, bomb your way down into Tusk's vault after entering her palace. Take care of any guards before doing this, of course, since they won't be too happy about you bombing it. Group all the chests together on the lower level and wait for the ghost to fly over them. Prep yourself with some ropes so you can evade the ghost and make your way back to the gems. This gives you an insane amount of money, so getting score in Spelunky has never been easier.
I don't know who plays this game.
Thank you to everyone for watching this video. I know this one took me a little longer to make, but I hope it was worth it. Please like and subscribe if you enjoyed.
Pastry person. Okay, you're gonna type. I don't know who be oh god, multiplayer toast.
Hey everyone, Xanagir here. I wanted to have this guide up sooner even before multiplayer came out, but things have been insanely busy for me.
I forgot multiplayer.
I've been streaming a ton, and I've even been playing with viewers on a regular basis, which has been an absolute blast. So make sure you catch a stream around 6:30 Eastern every weeknight to play with us. Also, a quick thanks to Jeremy.
I feel like I might have been here. Dude, somebody was like,
let's get to the
why are you gonna buy Spelunky 2 when you haven't beaten Spelunky 1? And I just had no clue how to explain it to
a
him.
shop that requires one player to be cursed and can even have a Kapala in it, most of the time. What you want to do is first open up the door to the Gist shop by bombing or letting Quillback roll through to reveal it. The Gist shop is always directly under the right torch, as shown here. Once you open the Gist shop, throw the ghost pot at one of the players, probably the one with the lowest HP or fewest resources, and have the non-cursed player enter the shop. Pick up all the presents and place them on the far right side of the room. Whip them open and have another player leave the level after you get what you need. When playing with 2 players, this strategy means you likely won't need to clone the Kapala later on, which means you'll be able to save a clone gun shot for something more valuable. One thing I also wanted to add is that cursing in the previous levels means you won't be in as much of a rush with the ghost. The next tip doesn't just apply to cursed players, of course, but I feel it does fit since the cursed player will likely die anyway. Co-op buddies are worth 6 points on Kali, so if you don't have any favor yet, it's always a good idea to reset back to 4 HP by sacrificing yourself to our Lord and Savior. Don't worry, you'll just be out 1 level. Next is probably one of the best things you can do in co-op, is carry each other. You can use this to even stack all 4 players and jump one after the other to make a chain, allowing you to avoid using ropes or climb areas that are otherwise impossible, like this area we came across in Duai.
Hey, we will beat that game.
This is something that will become almost immediately obvious in co-op, but if you haven't dove in yet, then I should tell you, don't try to fight Olmec as a group. It won't go well. He will always target on the person above him in every phase, causing his movement to become increasingly unpredictable. I recommend letting one player head down and fight him. Though it's not the most exciting thing for the ones on the bench, it is the safest. Also, if you do have a ghost with you, then phase 2 can be cheesed a bit by just sitting on top and letting the ghost do all the work. Next, I'll show you just how insanely easy it is to keep the Ankh in co-op, and still get into Abzu. Have one of your players with at least 1 rope and 1 bomb to be safe, and create a little hiding spot under the idol. After you grab the idol, have the other living player head into the Abzu door as soon as they can see it, and you'll both stay alive, keeping the Ankh safe to use later. I've heard so many people say that they wish they could use the Qilin for longer. Well, in co-op, it's very easy to keep Qilin.
Yeah, I ain't gotta
Just carry another player before riding up top, and have one of you stay on the mount to carry it forward into Sunken City. In this clip you're seeing, we had 2 Qilins because we even cloned it. so you can see me keep both of them by carrying and riding at the same time. A quick tip for Cosmic Ocean. The bubbles react to Ghost Breath and Ice, so you can pop the really dangerous bubbles with ease if one of your friends happens to perish. Rest in peace. This same tip also applies to powder kegs in Volcana as well. Just give the powder keg a little puff, and you can use this to even get down to Vlad and save a few bombs if you can't use the drill. This next tip is probably the single best one I can give, and the reason I think almost nobody will ever go do-on in co-op, unfortunately. The clone gun. The clone gun is so valuable, I'd honestly say it's overpowered. You can use it to clone Vlad's cape to give you mobility, the Kapala to give your entire group a way to heal, and many, many other things. It's truly the best item in the game for co-op. Another thing the Ghost is useful for is blowing away the big Ghost. It has quite literally saved runs by pushing the Ghost away from the exit before scrambling the last living player out of there. And finally, the last tip I'll give you is incredibly useful. Delivering turkeys to Yang and still being able to keep them. Because what's a co-op group without 4 turkeys to ride? Just exit the level while your group sits in his turkey pen, and you'll steal them without Yang even understanding what happened. Alright, that's all the co-op tips I have for now. Make sure you let me know your favorite strategies in the comments below. Follow me on Twitch, where I'm currently pushing for partnership, and like and subscribe here on YouTube. I'll see you all in the next video, and if you're watching this when it goes live, I hope you have a happy holidays. See you in the next one.
I wasn't sure if I was ever going to actually end up making this video. I started recording footage for it 2 years ago, but then stopped because I thought it may have already been too late. But then I realized there are new people playing this game.
I'll hear you talk about them. I'll play this. They're all the same.
I wasn't sure if I was ever going to actually end up making this video. I started recording footage for it 2 years ago, but then stopped because I thought it may have already been too late. But then I realized there are new people playing this game all the time, and not making a video like this would be a mistake. So this one's for you. I'm going to keep this as spoiler-free as possible. Yeah, I'm going to show footage from the first 3 biomes of the game, but no further than that. And anything that qualifies as a secret is not going to be shown. Although I am going to lightly hint at a few things. If you don't know who I am, I've got a lot of experience with this game. I've been playing it since the very, very beginning and making in-depth guides on it, and I've been known to do a speedrun or 2. Anyway, in this video, I'm going to discuss the basics of the basics, what I consider to be the best tips for new players. And we're going to begin conveniently with this little one right here. You can actually right-click flasks in your top inventory bar in order to drink them. All you got to do is go into the input tab of your options menu, and then this one right here, click on icon switches item and make sure that that is set to on. And then you'll be able to quickly and conveniently take a sip out of that potion in order to move faster, levitate higher, get a mana buff, do more damage, etc. when you might need it the most. Just keep in mind that not all potions can be drunk. Some must be applied externally as a stain. I'll leave it up to you guys to discover that for yourselves. Speaking of potions, one of the most important items in the entire game is this item right here, the water potion, or water flask. Because as anyone who's played this game for longer than a few minutes can tell you, we are entering a very dangerous environment. And because healing options are very limited, every single point of health is restricted. Continuously spraying yourself down with water will help to ensure that you do not burn to a crisp in the presence of fire. Water will also help you access areas that are choked full of toxic sludge by actually quickly diluting it and making the area safe to wade through. Water can also be used to quickly wash off any other possibly detrimental stains, such as that from Flummuxium. Some enemies might even be allergic to water, water, and it can be used during your explorations to access other areas. Something that I like to do is to be able to quickly switch between my main attack wand and the water flask. I bind select item in slot 1 to R and select item in slot 5 to Q, because I'm very used to using the Q and R keys in other games. With these binds, I can quickly switch to the water flask to spray myself down or remove a stain, and then switch immediately back to my main attack wand. So yes, in slot 1, I always have my main attack wand, and in slot 5, I always have my water flask early on when I need it. But whatever is more comfortable for you, that's the most important bit. And yes, there are other liquids like blood that you can use to wash off stains, but none are as universally useful as water. It is the universal solvent after all. If you eventually obtain a form of fire immunity, then water loses one of its uses, but it still retains others. Anyway, any experienced player of this game can tell you that yes, water flasks are one of the most useful items in the entire game. Make sure you use it. And if you don't start with one, either empty the liquid that you do start with, or preferably find another flask as soon as possible and fill that one with water. And now, on the subject of stains, there are a lot of these in Noita. Each one, like water, has a different result. They are essentially this game's take on status effects. Even things such as fire have a stain, and information about each one as it affects you can be obtained by the indicators beneath the health, levitation, and mana gauges on the right side of the screen. Like status effects in other games, not all stains are bad, of course. Some, like oil, are semi-neutral, and others, like those from magical liquids or even blood, are really good. Understanding stains and how they all work is paramount in your survival in this game, so pay attention to those status effects and learn what they all mean. As a tip, if you have a stain that you really want to get rid of but you don't have a good way to wash it off, fire will actually make stains drop much faster than normal, which is obviously even better if you have the aforementioned fire immunity. But even without the fire immunity, this can save you some HP. Just make sure that you get out of the fire before you get set on fire. During your adventures through the absolutely massive world of Noita, you will encounter many different types of potions. Do not shy away from using these. Some of them can mean the difference between life and death.
Don't drink this
This is why the mines biome usually has a good number of magical liquids inside. It's the first and easiest of the biomes and makes a perfect sandbox in your experiments in discovering what each of these potions can do, such as Invisiblium's ability to allow you to completely avoid combat in order to freely explore as long as you can remain unstained by anything else, Pheromone's ability for you to turn enemies into allies, and Ambrosia's ability for you to negate literally any type of damage, whether that be enemy attacks, fire, or even this. Just keep in mind that in order for Ambrosia to block incoming damage, it must remain as a stain on you. So I don't really recommend using it in liquids, but if you need to do it, it can be done if you're fast. Some of the materials you'll find in flasks have more than one use, so again, experiment, because alchemy is all around us. If you're careful and you find one of these enemies right here, you can actually use them to farm some of these potions for you. Most of the potions this guy will throw are of the deadly variety, but you can use those against enemies, and you can also get Pheromone, Berserkium, and Teleportatium from these guys. And importantly, their flasks are special and actually hold a little bit more than the normal flasks. Before we get to part 2, here's another tip. The primary starter wand is not the greatest, to put it lightly. If you find yourself in the first holy mountain and you're still using this as your weapon, you might consider putting one of the spells from it onto your secondary or bomb wand, as that wand fires faster, although it has low mana. If you happen to find a flask of concentrated mana, which is not too uncommon in the mines, you can drink some of that or stain yourself with it, and as long as the buff lasts, you won't have to ever stop shooting. Although I do not recommend relying on this for longer than the first couple biomes. Anyway, now let's get on with part 2. Like I said earlier, the water flask is one of the greatest inventory items in the entire game, but this next item is probably the greatest. There are 13 of these scattered around the world, but the easiest to find one is right here, next to the lava lake. The Emerald
hardcore
Tablet. Not
platformer
only are they a good
bullshit.
source of lore and
They're all the
potential
same.
secret hints, but they
Spelunky
also
is
happen
the
to be an
same as
incredibly
motherfucking
useful
Catacomb
weapon.
Kids. It's the
That's
same
right.
as
Just drop
Brigante.
one
It's
on
the
an
same
enemy,
as
and it will do
Noisha.
an impressive
It's all
amount
the
of
same
damage.
shit.
What's even more interesting is that if you're
You got a
invisible,
tight one, bro.
dropping a tablet and killing an enemy with it does not break your invisibility, as long as you don't get stained by that enemy's blood, or get hit by a blind counterattack. If you're good at keeping invisibility, then you could literally travel around an entire biome and empty it out of all enemies, killing them stealthily like some kind of ninja philosopher. There is also an advanced technique called tablet kicking that allows you to do far more damage. It does take some practice to get the timing right, but you basically kick and then throw the tablet at the perfect time for your kick to connect and send the tablet soaring into your enemies. There is another advanced technique called tablet digging, which allows you to use a tablet to dig through literally anything with enough practice.
There's
I
no
have a video
fucking way.
just on this, so if you want to learn the ins and outs of it, you can check that one out. I'm including it here to give you an idea about just how diverse the uses of tablets are, which does also include tablet surfing. Dropping a tablet very gently underneath you by keeping your cursor very close to your feet allows you to actually land on it midair, which replenishes some of your levitation energy, allowing you to, with practice again, levitate infinitely, or just much, much higher than you normally would be able to. But setting any of those advanced techniques aside, tablets still are a very good weapon. If you find yourself in the third biome and beyond without a wand that does suitable damage against the much more armored mechanical enemies, you could just drop a tablet on them and do a ton of damage. So yes, I do recommend you carry a tablet with you at all times throughout at least the beginning of your run. It is without a doubt the most diverse and useful item in the entire game. And now we're going to discuss the art of dodging. How to read enemy attack patterns and then avoid that incoming damage, which typically involves levitating above the attack or falling below the attack. And again, the variety of enemies inside the mines are the perfect opponents to practice this on. I actually do recommend just standing in front of an enemy in the mines and practicing dodging. The shotgunners are especially good to practice this on, because as soon as you hear the sound of them cocking the shotgun, you know that that is your signal to start dodging. If you're too close to the enemy, then you'll probably still get hit. So it's all a matter of learning distancing and kind of the angle at which you need to levitate out of the way in order to avoid all of the projectile. Similarly, these guys, the toxic sleazebags, fire a fairly slow-moving projectile at you, and it can definitely
Bro,
be
say
worth
the
your
name
while
in
to just
Swedish,
practice
whatever the
dodging
fuck
them.
it
Of
is.
course, their attack also leaves
That's
toxic
too
sludge
much.
all over the place, so again, carry that water flask to clean up their mess. When you reach the third biome, the Snipe-Uhisi enemy is one of the enemies that a lot of people have trouble with, but again, with a little bit of practice, you'll know how to dodge them. They also give you a nice bright red laser to let you know that they're currently aiming at you. Now, don't get me wrong, these guys are still capable of trolling even the best player, because as with any enemy in this game, they are a bunch of aimbotting cheaters. And then we get to the dreaded Uko, which fires a slow-moving, easily dodgeable, but explosive electrical attack. If this directly hits you early on, you'll probably die. However, don't be afraid of them. They are pushovers, trust me. Just make sure when you're dodging them that you're not too close to any walls or solids, because then as you dodge the projectile, it will explode on the wall behind you and still stun you with electricity, leaving you wide open for a follow-up attack. Hilariously, this enemy's attacks also do self-damage, i.e. it will happily blow itself up trying to hit you if you happen to bait its attacks correctly. But again, practice, practice, practice. As you play, observe enemy attack patterns, and then over time, learn how to dodge them. Anyway, that brings us to the next part. So I've already talked about materials and status effects and flasks and tablets and dodging, and now it's time to use that knowledge to do what you should be spending a lot of time doing in this game, and that is exploration. It is very, very important for you to take your time, pace yourself, and fully explore the biomes you find yourself in. Of course, because Noita is a difficult game in a very dangerous environment, you can quite easily be pushed into progressing a lot faster than you should if you're not careful. So in this way, Noita should really be looked at as a hardcore survival game where every single point of damage matters, especially early on in the first 3 biomes. Why not the 4th biome and beyond? Well, I'm not going to show it because I don't want to spoil it, but the dynamic changes a little bit in the 4th biome when a certain enemy is introduced. The only thing more I'll say is pay attention to what every enemy is doing in that 4th biome. Anyway, one of the most important reasons for why you would want to explore is to increase the size of your maximum health pool. Because obviously in video games that have health, you want to keep that number as far away from 0 as possible. However, talking about stains again real fast, keep in mind that any stain that does damage over time, such as fire, toxic sludge, and poison, will do more damage over time the more max HP you have. Therefore, your water flask becomes far more important in removing those stains if you don't already have immunity to those substances. Other than health, you will find wands, you will find spells, you will find flasks and items, and you will find gold. Yes, gold is useful. It allows you to buy spells and wands, and it allows you to reroll perks in Holy Mountains. But a very useful lesson to know is because the environment is very dangerous, don't go chasing gold into the unknown. If you kill an enemy and some gold nuggets fall into a dangerous area, you don't need those. It's okay. You need your health more. There are actually many different ways to acquire gold in this game. Some obvious, such as killing enemies, some a little bit less obvious, such as mining the veins of gold ore you'll find in some areas, and some secret. You'll also find a significant amount of gold in chests during your runs. But again, I want to stress that if acquiring the gold means that you'll take a bunch of damage or possibly even die, it is not worth it. But if you are careful and you acquire a lot of gold, then you can spend some of that hard-earned cash by exploring and finding some spell shops such as this one.
I'll do a Noita run
sometimes can acquire some very useful
then go to bed.
Other than flasks, health, items, spells, gold, and wands, you might also find something very rare. So try going above the cliff. Try going above the tree. Try going in here. Try going in here. And try going in here. There are side biomes all over the place, holding not only great treasure, not only great danger, but great knowledge as well. And this is very much the type of game where the more knowledge you have, the better.
There's these fungus enemies, and if you shoot them, you can make them bleed. And if you drink the fungus blood, you can hold an item. Oh, there's also an alchemy ship. There's like a whole bunch of different things that you can do in this game. But one of the things being a fungal shift, where you can turn all one type of thing in the world into another. There's this one thing you can do where if you figure out what alchemic property is, you can turn the whole world into gold. That's the closest thing I've seen to an end in this game. But a gold touch? I don't know.
Your runs will be on average, and there is a lot to know. But always remember, as you explore, make sure you're always aware of where that exit portal is, and make sure you always have a clear path to it. Because if you get into trouble, and you will, and you get critically injured, there is still a chance that you can survive and save your run. So having a fast and clear path back to safety is pretty important, and has saved many a run. One of the defining gameplay elements of Noita is how the world is seemingly divided into multiple stages, with the Holy Mountain safe zones sandwiched between each of these. Inside which, the player finds a fleeting sanctuary containing full heal, a refresher that replenishes spell charges, a shop containing either wands or spells, as well as a choice of perks and the ability to edit their wands. Apart from this perk, outside of the Holy Mountains, there are precious few ways for the player player to do this, making this perk perhaps the greatest in the entire game. Because as soon as you leave the Holy Mountain, not only does the roof collapse, but your ability to edit wands inside of it is also removed. And editing wands is probably the most important ability in the entire game. So not being able to do this continuously forces you further and further into the game, maybe before you're ready to actually do so. So learning how to exit the Holy Mountains without triggering this collapse is also of utmost importance. There are numerous ways to actually cut through the ultra tough brickwork of the Holy Mountains, but typically doing so will anger the gods, and then you'll have to deal with this guy. I have another entire video just on that subject if you want to go check that out. But for now, let's learn how to exit the Holy Mountains without angering the gods.
Set up a button.
The exit of the Holy Mountain will detect whether or not a player is attempting to pass. It does not care at all about any other creature. Therefore, the first method is to simply polymorph into anything else before attempting to leave. This will allow you to pass by the trigger without triggering the collapse. Just be extremely careful of any enemies that might be nearby. Then, whenever you want to re-enter the Holy Mountain, just poly again before reaching the top of this wall. It might actually take a lot of practice in order to be able to levitate up high enough to get in here again. So, as another tip, make sure to tap the levitate key or button instead of holding it down. With some practice, this will allow you to levitate higher than normal. The next method involves just using some unstable teleportadium in order to escape. Simply stain yourself with it or drink some to avoid the collapse. However, you can stabilize this unstable teleportadium by mixing it with slime. Very easily obtained, at least in the second biome, the coal pits, because the bad enemies bleed copious amounts of it. Simply mixing these two substances together will convert them into normal teleportadium, which is much more reliable than unstable teleportadium. Then, by keeping your cursor close to yourself, just carefully toss in an empty flask. If that flask just refuses to fill, a good tip is just to go into your mods menu here and then restart with enabled mods active. You don't actually have to use any mods to do this. It's just a restart button, pretty much. Then, as soon as the game restarts, the flask will magically be standing right side up and will promptly fill. But right now, on the beta branch of the game, there is a new feature that actually allows alchemic reactions to take place inside the flask. So all you need to do is just have a flask with a little bit of unstable teleportadium in it, and then put some slime in that flask, shake it up a little bit to make the reaction happen faster, and boom, we have teleportadium. Like I said, this is a brand new feature that is still being tested on the beta branch of the game, and so it could possibly change a little bit before being pushed to the main public branch of the game. But at the time of this recording, the community absolutely loves this feature, and so once the bugs are worked out, I'm sure it's here to stay. So if you watch this video months from now, keep in mind that you'll be able to mix potions very easily right inside the flask. And then just aim your cursor in the direction you want to teleport in, either into the Holy Mountain or even into the previous biome if you would like to re-explore that. The next method involves one of the teleport bolt spells, either normal or small teleport bolt, which is my personal favorite. This one might be a little trickier to pull off, but you basically just want to teleport through this corner right here, because that's where the trigger is. If you get good at this, you'll be able to exit and re-enter Holy Mountains without any problem. Just make sure you avoid that corner. If you do have a better form of digging, such as black holes or luminous drills, you can use either of them to actually exit the Holy Mountain without angering the gods and without triggering the collapse. Simply press your body up against the left wall here and then cut straight upwards. If done correctly, you will not anger the gods, and if you stick to that left wall on your way out and then cut up here, you'll be able to avoid the trigger entirely to avoid the collapse. Now, tinkering with wands might be the main reason why you would want to get back into the Holy Mountain, but is not the only reason. Remember what I said earlier about pacing yourself when learning how to play this game. If you get to a Holy Mountain and you do not yet need the full heal or the spell refresher, you don't have to pick them up. Learning how to conserve your HP and your spell uses so that you can save these two items for later is another very important skill to learn. Because then you could exit the Holy Mountain without angering the gods and without triggering the collapse if you would like, and then explore that next biome until maybe you do need a full heal or a spell refresh. And then you could backtrack and pick those up. which allows you to continue to fully explore that next biome. Like I said, pace yourself. Learn how to conserve your HP, learn how to conserve those consumables. If you do so, you're well on your way to conquering this game. However, that brings us to the next part. There are actually a good number of people who do not like starting with this spell because it's not
the guy
good for
who
digging.
I'm
Little do
actually
they know that
listening
this is
to his
probably
video
the best
right now.
secondary spell
He
to
came
start
into
with.
my Twitch
Why?
chat
Because every
and
kill
was
with
like,
it is a
"Have you
trick
beat the game?"
kill
I was
that
like,
awards
"No."
double gold
He
and
was
does
like,
not
"You'll do it
penalize
one
the
day."
player
And
for that
like, I had
creature's
thought to
demise.
myself, I was
Why would you
like,
care about not being blamed for a
I
creature's
never
death?
considered
Well,
that I
that's a secret.
had even.
However,
like,
getting twice the
that
gold for every
wasn't
kill
what I
should be
was
reason
doing
enough to be
anyway, so I
excited
thought we
about
were
starting
just,
with this spell,
like,
as it very
messing
easily
around
allows you
with
to rack up
piles of
quite a bit of
goop.
gold in that
You
first
know what I mean?
bronze
Like, I didn't
pile,
think that,
especially if you
like,
check your targets and drop
my
one of these
brain
mines
wasn't
in a
like, I
cluster
gotta
of
get to
Canis
the end
or
of
on one of the
this
tougher
game. You know what I
enemies
mean?
like the Stendari or Marcianen,
It
which
wasn't
will award
like-
you a lot of gold, especially for so early.
I guess I never
Well, hold up a
considered
second.
it.
What is a trick
I
kill?
saw
It's
this is
simply
more of
any
like a
kill that is not
sandbox.
attributed to the player, which includes enemies
Like,
dying
I'm sure
in any
you
way
probably
from the
can
environment
in
itself,
like
as well as certain
World
other
Box or
techniques
Stardew
such as this spell.
Valley or
Why does
Animal
this count as a
Crossing,
trick
but
kill? Well, because it's basically a mine.
just
It's a
don't
trap
think
that
about
you're
it.
setting, and the game does not keep track of
Kind of
who
like
laid
Spelunky.
that trap.
Like,
Thus,
yeah,
you
that
don't
game's
get blamed for the
beatable.
kill.
Maybe, sure, whatever.
Now,
but
if you're trying to
do
fill
I
out your
think
bestiary
about doing
with
it,
all enemy
not really. I'm
unlocks in
just
order to
playing
get
for
that
the
Steam
experience
achievement,
and that's
then
it.
you might not want to use
I
this
like
or
down to
other
my
techniques
hardcore,
that
like,
count as trick
enjoy
kills,
platform.
such as fire, electricity, and whatnot. But if you're not concerned about that enemy unlock, then this is a great spell to start with. If you explore the mines a little bit, then 9 times out of 10, you'll find a better way to dig anyway. So I wouldn't be too concerned about this spell's apparent weakness at digging, because in my opinion, its strengths far outweigh its weaknesses. Anyway, now that I've talked about Unstable Crystal and given you an introduction in what trick kills are, now I need to talk about environmental awareness, i.e. using the environment of the game to your advantage, both offensively and defensively. As you explore, you'll find many explosives, such as these crates and these barrels, that you can employ as makeshift bombs. Not only will they do massive damage to enemies, but you can also use them to destroy the environment and access new paths. Fire is also deadly to not just you, but many enemies in the world as well. It can be very useful in dropping enemy aggro, because once an enemy is set on fire, it forgets all about you in its quest for self-preservation. In the second area, the coal pits, you'll find many of these hanging explosive canisters that you can use as weapons against your enemies, especially useful for crowd control. The third biome, the Snowy Depths, is filled with large chunks of ice and icicles. You can break these structures to cause them to come crashing down on your foes. Again, a very, very effective form of crowd control. So pay attention to your environment as you play, because you can use it to kill your enemies, and these environment kills do cause enemies to drop double gold. That is, without perks. There are actually 2 trick kill centric perks in the game. Trick Greed, which doubles the amount of gold dropped from trick kills, i.e. enemies will now drop 4 times the gold as normal when trick killed. And Trick Blood Money, which causes enemies to drop healing gold when they are trick killed.
What?
Other than these positives, there are, of course, very big negatives in not paying attention to your environment. Has this ever happened to you? You're just minding your own business, and then an enemy picks up your own discarded wand and kills you with it. Well, to help keep that from happening, when you discard wands, you can actually stick them into the ceiling. And unless an enemy has a reason to jump, they're safe up there. But just to be even safer, you can stick them into ceilings a little bit higher up to make sure that they don't pick them up. Because even though they don't seek out the wand, if they happen to jump and that wand is in their path, they will automatically pick it up. That's just a safe way to dispose of wands so that enemies will not kill you with them, or kill any other creatures you do not want them to kill. Noita is a very chaotic game, so any small amount of control that you can exert over the environment is usually a good thing. Which brings us to this absolute classic way of getting Noited. Do not open chests that are submerged in water, as this can very easily happen to you. Instead, what you want to do is shoot that chest with a simple projectile from above. However, if you do not have a projectile that will open chests when shot with it, you have to try to get that chest out of the water. Now, a lot of people don't have the patience for this because it can be a little bit time consuming, but where there's a will, there's a way, and the environment usually helps you out in this regard. If there's any source of fire nearby, then you can use that to lower the water level by evaporating it, which is one of the things that really makes you appreciate just how amazing this game is. Anyway, once the water level is low enough, you can pretty easily kick it out and then open it for your prize. This might seem needlessly tedious to you, but remember that Noita is a game that rewards patience. With patience comes knowledge, and with knowledge comes power. And thus, we at last get to the final part of this video. Wands. I can make an entire video or series of videos or an entire channel just on this subject, such is the complexity of it. But please don't let that discourage you. Wand editing in Noita is extremely enjoyable to experiment with. You might die, but dying is part of the game. To that end, an amazing mod to use that will teach you everything about wand editing without fear of death is the Spell Lab mod. I highly recommend it. But as for this video, let's just cover the basics. What does all this information even mean? Starting from the top, shuffle. If it says no, that means that the wand will fire from the left slot all the way through to the right slot in order every time. Whereas a shuffle yes wand, or simply just a shuffle wand, means that it's going to pick any slot on that wand at random and fire that one. The casts are not going to go through from left to right. It'll be completely random every time. Non-shuffle wands are obviously much more preferable because it allows you to know exactly what's going to happen every time you fire. And so you can construct very complex wand builds that will perform consistently every shot. The next line, spells per cast, simply tells you how many wand slots are used each time you fire. The majority of wands you find will have one spell per cast, but interestingly, if you find wands that have a forking end, such as these, it actually tells you how many spells per cast that wand is. These are 2, and these are 3. Cast delay is the amount of time between each spell cast of a wand, whether that be a single spell or a series.
You get 2 starting wands. One's a regular, like a zappy wand, and there's like one of like 5 or 6 different type of starting things that you can get. And then one's a bomb wand. One's meant for like exploding your way through. So like, it's something like you don't really get a good wand. See, like right now, I got spawned like, here, look, let me show you. With this, it shoots a little purple cross. It's nothing, but. So now that I'm here at the, shop, I can make it do something crazy, like if I mix that with this, I can have it shooting, air and fire, like, or whatever. It's hard to get an understanding for what's going, but like, I think this one right here is gonna take me far. I gotta hang with it. I need something with a lot of mana on it. 240, 220. So the ones start out intentionally bad. Yeah, I don't want to make it understandable. This might not be that game. This is the kind of game that teaches you things, whether you want to, like, them or not, you know what I mean? The only, like, reoccurring thing in this game that is, like, knowledge, basically. I'll try to find that game, actually, where you fist fight. I'll do some digging for you. So I got like that fire and that cloud. Flamethrower. Oh god. But I'm dumb. So I catch myself on fire every 2 seconds. You know what I mean? Understandable. I don't really like. It's not the wand, it's the spells I like. The spells are dope. That could be cool. Wow. I wish you could use swords in this game. Noisha translates to witch, basically. I don't think many witches use swords, but I could be wrong. Bone dust. What? Oh my god, I'm just gonna hit. There is no fungal biome. They're not gonna let me get to it. I should just leave. Crazy. A drill, 3-shot, 2-spell. Oh, zap. Zap's good. What else we got? What's over here? Okay. That's gonna be really restrictive now. Alright. Wow, okay. It's not bad, but is that what I want? Fuck it. Just run it like this. These guys don't be doing nothing crazy behind me. Win. I think the electricity's gonna go this bit, but Damn, I am almost dead after that one blunder. That one small mistake, dude. Alright, let me get up out of here. It's 4:20. Blaze.